Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South of man. Projects on the weekend.
On the food to get your information. To the food to get my action. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the trade preparing for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. You provide them up, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every income man, like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, you
Spoon TV.
Yes, you
Spoon TV. Spoon
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South of man. Projects on the weekend.
On the food to get your information. To the food to get my action. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.
And of course, that's what we do right here on Spoon 107.5 FM.
Monrovia.
We tell you what's happening in Liberia, Monrovia, Africa, the rest of the world, and we inform you as well as give you information that you don't get anywhere else. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you had for yourself a wonderful Sunday. It's the last Sunday in the month of October 2025. Wherever it is you're joining us from, I'd love to say welcome to you. Those of you watching us via our various online platforms, Super TV, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and of course, we're live on YouTube. Our handle is Spoon Talk. So tonight on the show, or this afternoon, where you are, we will be playing host to Liberia's foremost political commentator, of course, the Henry P. Costa. He joins us on tonight's one-on-one with the CEO. It promises to be a fiery edition as well. We all do know Costa. He needs no introduction to Liberians. Yep, they do know the name is a household name. And he'll be interviewed today by Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr., former CEO of the Spoon Network. So what you need to do right about now is to share the show in as many group chats as possible with as many friends and family members as possible. Costa is going to hold back no punches. Costa is going to tell it all. And Liberians have been wondering, where is Henry Costa? What has he been up to? Is he engaged in the political landscape of Liberia? What is he doing? Why are we not hearing from Costa like we used to? So all of those questions will definitely be asked Costa tonight. And you know him. He doesn't mince his words. He's definitely going to speak to those issues as well. So you need to share the program. Today I need to apologize. We're not going into the what's on your mind segment tonight. We'll be going straight into it for 9 yards with Henry Pedro Costa. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm producing tonight. Mr. Witherspoon Sr. is going to join us. I do see Pedro is in the background. He's ready. And once I do get the green light, we'll definitely bring him on. But we'll have a pre-analysis prior to his experience and a post-analysis after his appearance as well. So kindly share the program. You need to share the show, and let's get it started. So wherever it is you're watching us from, welcome to you. Mr. Witherspoon is going to join in a minute or two. So you need to just share the program, share the show, and share the program. So yes, as I said, we'll not be going to the phone lines today, sadly. But we'll definitely afford you the opportunity on tomorrow on Spoon Talk. So Costa is here. Costa is ready. Costa is going to speak. And he's going to be interviewed by Mr. Witherspoon. But before that, as I said earlier, we'll have a pre-analysis. We'll talk about what we expect from the Costa interview. There's been a lot of what questions will be asked. What is Costa going to say? Is he going to criticize this government? What is he going to say that will be criticism of this government? Is he going to hail this government? What is he going to say? What is he looking at leading up to 2029? Yes, others have said it's too early to start talking about 2029, but we've been hearing earfuls of 2029. What is there to talk about as well? What are the gains made by this government so far? Where are the lapses? Where can they improve upon? Is it all lost, or is there hope for the rescue government? A lot of things to talk about, including where has he been? What has he been up to? Liberians are interested in knowing. No matter how you take it, Costa is still an influential voice, as he has always been in Liberia. So please do share the program. Share it in your group chats. Share with your friends, your family, your loved ones. For those of you listening to us there in Lofa County, I hope you're doing great. We're live on Voice of Liberia, 104.1 FM. Is relaying us, and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. Miguel Smith is watching us. Gabriel Soma is following us via YouTube from Lac Compound 3, Grand Bassa County. Kevin Kamara, how are you doing? As well as Jebe Kamara. Are you relations? Wilmont Twe is following us from Jamaica Road. Samuel Benya is watching us from Buchanan City, Grand Bassa County. Fried chicken. What type of fried chicken do you? Medium rare or properly fried or whatever, ginger spice? What kind of fried chicken is that? George Lahoon is watching us from NTA Community via YouTube. Say Gonga Nu. Yes, Say Gonga Nu is watching us. Bintu Kroma is also following us. Luagon Jr. Is watching us, as well as November King is following us. Mohammed S.M. Kruman is watching us. Stanton A. Witherspoon Sr. is also following us from somewhere there in the U.S. How?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I watch you from somewhere. In Nuampanton. How you doing?
Yeah. What's up, Chief?
All is good, man. How you doing? How was service today?
Wonderful. I didn't attend service today.
Why? Why? What's going on?
I was busy.
Oh, you're okay. All right. Take the baby to church, my man. The baby to church. Yeah, man. But Diamond, man, like this Costa team, a lot of people send me questions, though. I don't know if I'll be able to ask all of the question, but I want to say thanks to all of you. Look, this thing is going like crazy, Diamond.
Yeah.
Can you catch up? Can you catch up with all these messages coming in? I'm watching from home. My name is Clapin. Jimmy W. Wright. I am Jimmy W. Wright. Shadrach Thiel. Odaise Brown. Jay Zuma. But man, I can't catch up. I can. They're passing by me. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for joining us on a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Sunday evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you find yourself, at whatever time of the day or night. We want to say welcome to another edition of Spoon Talk. This is the one-on-one, and I'm so glad to be here with Ambassador Diamond M. Slanger. Indeed, he is the ambassador for news, for propaganda, for journalism, for Spoon Talk, the Ambassador Diamond. But the guys, though, to all of you joining us, and thank you for sharing the show on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, wherever, all in the WhatsApp chat room. We have Henry Pedro Costa coming on tonight. Again, a bit, I don't know, Diamond, how long have that been? Since we hosted Henry?
It's been a minute since we appeared on the show.
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah, but it's gonna be great. It's gonna be a great program. I have some members. So let me say this. I don't know whether I'm allowed though. Anyway, let me leave it because some in position and opposition reaching out to me, right? When they saw the flyer, and they really want to hear what Henry have to say today, Damon.
So do I.
No, seriously. They really want to hear what Henry have to say. And I'm like, okay, he has said enough. They said, but here's the reason, and I agree with them though. They said no one have interviewed him. He been speaking on his own term. He been speaking on his own topics, on his own, anything he want to say, but no one have interviewed him. Don't talk to me. I think they have a point there though. What do you think?
Yeah, there is a valid point. When you do a podcast, you speak based on what you want to say. It's free flowing. But if you interviewed by someone, it's pointed questions, whether open-ended or closed-ended questions, and the interviewer also has got the mantle to carry on the pace of the interview, whether it's going to be a slow pace, informative interview, a rough one that will look and feel like somehow as an interrogative interview. The questions from the interviewer also makes the interviewee to say what he wants to say and say sometimes things he or she doesn't want to say. So having you to interview Costa today, that promises to be a great one, and I'm here to enjoy.
So I'm not going to call this person name because they're watching, right? They're on my phone. I'm not going to call their name, right?
I need to give you that. You're good.
No, forget what made me go. I'm better in the tea. But I got to squeeze Costa. They think person make him talk up. So the same center, the man say he can talk up. When he talk up today, I can only ask the question. International conversation, national conversation. But where have Costa been? No, let's face it. Where have Costa been? Costa fall against in the middle, up, down. The Liberian people want to know. Costa been quiet for too long. No, he been quiet for too long. What is it?
Costa is a centrist, like Barbara.
No, I don't know. I don't trust that kind of Barbara guy. Yeah, but the guys that they wanted to come out and say, gentlemen, listen, let's do post analysis, right? I want you guys to listen to Costa. Let me ask him the question, and then we can come back and grill him, and we can have you guys your say on the show. Some people like it, some people didn't. It looked like they want to come and jam Costa, but we have agreed on our own terms that this will be one-on-one with the producer in it. That's fine. The Liberian people can't wait any longer. We have 2 more minutes, 7:45 Liberian time. Costa is seated. We will bring in Henry Pedro Costa, 7:45. 1 more minute now, guys. Share the show. You know how it is. We want to hear from you. We have Henry Pedro Costa. He's seated. He's ready to rock and roll. Listen, Dama, I hate to do this. I hate to share ideas, topic, point, question, and answer. It's not me. I want us to flow freely. People say, oh, no. I want just ask you. When you talk, it comes to my head, I ask you. So Liberians, everywhere you are, right now you have an opportunity with 1 minute left. Start to share the show. Get us on your Facebook page. And get us in all the WhatsApp chat rooms. And get us on your YouTube. And get us in all your social media outlets. Let's make this. And let's hear today once and for all. Them men I can talk, let you talk all today. 30 seconds. What's to you?
Yeah, we're waiting to hear what man has got to say, what a man will talk or a man will hold some back. As I said again, this interview is in your hands. How you drive it, where you direct it to, that's where it's gonna go. Costa
Yes,
is
sir.
business as well, so things he doesn't want to say, probably he wouldn't say. But we're listening to see how open, freely flowing this conversation is going to be.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're so happy today. It's an honor for this network, and I should say this without fear of favor because of Costa, all his contribution to this network. God first in heaven, we are still moving strong. People with dreams and vision brought great ideas, and people tap off those ideas to be who they are. So we want to be grateful to every one of you share the show. Let's welcome Herman Pedro Costa. There you go. There you have it. There you have it. All right, man. Good afternoon from my end, man. Great seeing you. We're so happy. I see that this thing going like crazy, but we managed it. If you reach the number that Facebook cannot accept any longer, we'll reconnect and come back. The people want to hear from you. I'm here with Diamond Slanger producing for us tonight. It's so good having you. Open season, man, about to say it all. Let's discuss. Welcome to Spoon Talk 101.
Thank you very much, Stanton. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. It has indeed been a long time. And I thank you for the opportunity to come on. And I'm just glad to be here. Diamond, thank you very much. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Is the audio, is that feedback from my end?
It's from your end, though. I believe it's from your end. Can you hear me better?
I can hear you clear.
Yeah, so we are not hearing you clear. You're skipping. You're skipping. You want to reconnect real quick, get out, come back. Maybe it'll be better.
Yeah,
okay.
Do that.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's allow Costa to reconnect. Dama, what you see so far? Huh?
Is it?
What you seeing so far? The men seem to be happy. Walking straight into the dungeon in the danger zone, Dama.
I see enthusiasm. I see that Costa himself is upbeat about having this conversation. I also did notice that he was very punctual. He's been in the back there for a while. That tells you that he's been looking forward to having this conversation. It also goes to speak to your pedigree as well. When you have guests, respect your platform, respect the time, upbeat about having a conversation with you. It speaks to the pedigree of the interview as well. So it's going to be a good conversation. He looks great, by the way, and we can bring him back on, and you can.
Yeah, let's see. I'm seeing that he's back on. Let's go ahead.
Hey guys, is it okay now?
I think it's okay. Damo, are you hearing Costa better?
I'm hearing him, but there still seems to be a feedback, like an echo. Probably he's got an external listening.
Well, okay. Let me mute myself and you say something. Let's see. Let me mute myself. Go ahead, Costa.
Hey guys, what's up?
Good
evening. So it looks like you're coming from the CEO's end.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm good with Diamond, but sometimes it happens. So when you are speaking, I will mute myself. Okay. Then when I'm speaking, you let the manager like that, it will get better. Sure. Sometimes it happens. Yeah. When you answer a question, I will mute myself to give you a better audio. I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We have Herman Pedro Costa in studio. Listen. This is it. If you have questions, I see so many of you say you have questions. Post your question. We'll take some of your questions. But again, we're going to have a frank conversation about Liberia, about our country. You know the history of Costa. You know the history of Stanton. You know our relationship with the Unity Party government and CDC as well. Let's have a general conversation. Costa, welcome to the People's Program. Welcome. 101 with
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
much, Stanton. It's a pleasure to be here. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to come on your platform. You have done a great amount of work to build this platform into what it is today, the premier platform in the country. You and your very able team, Diamond Slanger and the rest of the guys. So it's a privilege for me to be here today and to see that you've done this in a relatively short period of time. It's highly admirable and commendable. Thank you very much. I look forward to an interesting and fascinating conversation tonight.
Costa, thank you very much again. Listen, let's forget about the welcome. This is your program. This is your station. We're happy to have you. What brought you here today, sir?
Well, I've been quiet for a while, as you rightly said. I do speak once in a while. I would do a podcast every few months, and I would speak to issues as I see fit. But as you guys said in the pre-analysis to my coming on, that it's not often that I get to be interviewed. Once you have been interviewed, you are not in control. It is the interviewer that is in control. So sometimes it's good to subject yourself to an interview where you're asked things and you get to answer them as you see fit. So yeah, I just wanted to come on. There are a number of things that I like to talk about, and there are a number of things in the country that are of concern to me that I would like us to talk about. That's why I'm here.
Thank you very much, Costa. Let's get some things off our plate right now, and we enable us to flow freely into the conversation. A lot of people confused, though. Let's talk about your relationship with your Uncle Joe.
That's a good question, Stanton. The president, as I often call him affectionately, Uncle Joe, and we have a very good relationship. Everybody knows what happened in the 11th hour of the 2023 elections. I made a decision in the 11th hour, and I like to take responsibility for it. Even though it was a decision that was largely not made by me, it was made by my political party. But because I'm a grown man, I can't sit here and say that I do not take responsibility for my actions. The way I went about, that the implementation of that decision in the 11th hour was unacceptable. And I felt that I had wronged her. And so I reached out consistently after the elections. And the president was very magnanimous, Stanton, very gracious. And it took a long time, as those things normally do. But eventually he came around and we eventually met. Of course, the whole country knows when we eventually met. And ever since, Stanton, the president has been nothing but genuine. He's been amazing and very genuine. There are things that I cannot say yet, but he has really stunned me, in a pleasant way, the way he has accepted me back. And it's just a beautiful thing. And I'm very grateful for that, Stanton.
You said the political party, your leader, Bernard Uri, is his owner, Bernard Uri, and I respect him. Was it the decision from Bernard Uri, your political leader? And what did he say to you that caused you to break away from then Standard Bearer JMB?
Look, Stanton, we have to be honest here. There were grievances on our side. There were things that happened on our side, in our party. We were the biggest supporters of JNB. And we felt aggrieved because of the way some people treated us. And when the time came for certain critical decisions to be made, people poisoned the water and pushed us outside. I'm not going to sit here and say we were not aggrieved, but the way I reacted, it's my reaction people look at, Stanton. They're not looking at how we were treated. We were treated badly. I'm not going to sit here and say nothing happened. We just got married. Stanton, you know some of these things because you and I used to talk. So we were treated very badly by elements within the Unity Party, and not necessarily, not directly Joe Boakai, but elements within the party decided to alienate us at the critical junction. But everybody likes to look at it like we just suddenly got up and decided to leave. No, that's not what happened, Stanton. But I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty of what happened and discuss the granular details, but we were indeed treated very badly. But my reaction as an individual, I think, was what I'm very apologetic for and sorry for. But we were treated badly.
The way you're talking about ALP.
That's correct. Yes.
ALP. What was Bernard Uri, the political leader, advised to you? I mean, folks want to hear it. Let's forget about your reaction. But what did he tell you that caused you to react the way you reacted?
Well, Stanton, we made a decision as a political party to sit out the first round of the elections. As you remember, the ALP did not participate or support any side in the first round of the elections. We sat it out. We didn't do anything at all. And that is exactly how I felt we should have continued. We should have continued to sit it out. But there were those in our party who felt that we needed to take a position in a runoff. You see, the first round of the elections, I came to Liberia, I voted for Tewan Gonglo because I was hurt, Stanton. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I was not hurt. I was hurt because I had a fantastic relationship with now President Joe Boakai. A great relationship. And there were people who said horrible things about me. They said to the president that I was planning to kill him. I was an operative of the CDC, all kinds of horrible things they said to him. And people don't like to look at our hurt, our pain, our suffering. They only look at the reactions. Stanton? So the way I was hurt personally, I decided I was just going to sit out the entire elections. I was not going to get involved. We managed to persuade our party to do that in the first round. But in the second round, Stanton, the CDC people ran up their efforts. I was in the US. I was not in Liberia. And they convinced my party that they needed to support them in the runoff. I knew it was going to be a risky political decision, especially for a guy like me, who was the biggest voice championing Joe Boakai's presidential aspirations. But I went along with the decision, Stanton, even though I knew it was a risky decision. That was my fault for going along. I believe, looking back at it today, I should have looked at my party and I should have said, no, I am not going to go along with you.
You knew Joe Boakai, who had won this election. You knew Joe Boakai was going to win. You preached that message to everyone. You said, listen, give JMB the chance, blah, blah, blah. You preached that message to me over 100 times. But yet again, you went against him. So you knew he was going to win, though, but you went against him. Let's try to balance this out. So were you deceiving George Manneh then? Were you trying to find a comfort zone with George Manneh and CDC, knowing that you knew JMB had this in cover?
I was optimistic all along that Joe Boakai would win, and that depending on how hard we fought, he would win the elections and he would do better than George Weah. I believe that to my core, Stanton. Nobody supported Joe Boakai more than Henry Costa. And that had to come from a place of deep conviction. And you know this, Stanton. You know the conversations we used to have, And like you said 100 times, but Stanton, you are the Joshua. I am the Moses. I started a fight. I didn't reach the promised land. You took him over. I said, you are the Joshua. And that's why I really think that, the Unity Party people, regardless, I'm sorry to digress a little, regardless of what sometimes you come across as being too hard on them, but I want to say this to them, though, before I get back to answer Stanton's question. You all need to understand, Stanton Weatherspoon genuinely supported Unity Party and Joe Boakai. He believes in the old man. He still does. So don't give up on Stanton. You can still re-engage Stanton, and there's a way to open the corridor to a line of communication between Stanton and the party. But to come back to my point, I believed JMB would have won the election. That's why I fought the way I fought, Stanton. That decision in the end was not my decision. I went along with it, but I should not have done it.
My last question on that note, and then we're going to move on. Was it because of Jeremiah Kuhn being chosen as VP that led your party and led to your decision to go against
Absolutely not. I met the VP some 2 weeks ago. That was my first time meeting Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn. Senator, can you imagine? That was my first time meeting him. We had spoken many times when he was senator, even when he was representative. We used to talk once in a blue moon. But the first time we met, and he said to me, he said, look, bro, he said, you and I have never had any issues. I said, absolutely, we never had any issues. And I said to him, I said, look, my issues were not really with you personally. You were not a member of our camp. You know, you were nowhere around. So why would I have any issues with you? But we felt aggrieved with the way our partners in the United Party treated us. And so it had nothing to do with him. You know? So Jeremiah Kuhn was just a victim of what I would call misplaced aggression. That's what he was, Stanton. But he didn't do anything to me. He did not. You know, it was some of our allies in the UP who did it, who caused the rift between us and now President Bouakai.
Let's talk about people felt within themselves because you said, or others say you abandoned that VP candidate to JMB, and because of that, you got angry.
Central people say that all the time. And, you know, like when I met the VP here and I was talking, I said, look, my man, I was running for senator. I was, Stanton, you know, you and I talked about this. I was confident that I was going to win the Senate race. And you used to joke me about it, my man, hey, you don't mess our file, and we used to talk about it. I was running for senator. That is what I was running for. And somehow I got drifted into this whole running mate thing. But that was not what caused the problem, Stanton. That was not what made us withdraw, Stanton. It was not it. I was content with running for the Senate. I was okay with that. The reason we withdrew was because of the way some of our partners in the United Party treated us, Stanton. That is why. It had nothing to do with VP thing. No.
What did it do? What did it do to you and ALP and your political? Let's talk about this.
We had a relationship with the Unity Party, specifically JMB. I was very close with this man, Stanton. You know this. You visited with him in Delaware a few times when I was there. When I organized, when I brought him to the US. We were very, very close. They started feeding things to him like, oh, if you go back to the States for this, he's going to poison you. He's going to do that. He's going to do that. And they started saying these things to him. And to be honest, he did tell me about some of these things, and I was scared. And I was really scared. He said, people are saying all kinds of things. They're saying, there were too many people just talking, saying terrible things about us, Stanton. I'm human. I felt hurt. Then they stopped talking to us. They were engaging with the Liberty Party. They were engaging with the other allies that they were working with, but they stopped engaging with Ben and I. They stopped engaging with me. Then I sat in this house in rehab, less than 2 minutes drive from the president's house, and he knew I was here in Liberia. But I was scared to even go visit with him, Stanton, because of all the horrible things they were feeding to the old man about me. A man who had served this man diligently for so many years. This is the man I cooked for. I drove for him. I love this man, Stanton. I love this man deeply. How could I be a harm or a threat to this man? But they said those things, Stanton. When people accuse you of planning to kill somebody, Stanton, you got to be careful. You got to withdraw. And those were the things that scared us, that made us withdraw, Stanton.
Did JMB promise you the VP slot?
JMB did not promise me the VP slot. He did not, Stanton. My name came into the whole mix the same way my name came into the mix of the Minister of State job recently. I don't know why my name keeps coming up, Stanton. My name came up, and there were conversations being held, Stanton. There were people lobbying. Let me tell you how the VP thing happened. There were people going to JMB and telling him they felt that I should be the running mate. There were people telling him this. There were people telling people were lobbying. Stanton, people were lobbying. People were actually lobbying for different people of their interest. But looking back at it, Stanton, I truly believe that had JMB picked Henry Costa, if those who were lobbying convinced him to pick me, I don't think, and this is not to put myself down, but looking at the political matrix, the electoral map, I don't think JMB would be president today. And I'll tell you why. Because George Weah had the Southeast lockdown. JMB needed Nimba to offset the Southeast. He needed to, if JMB did not have Jeremiah Kuhn and Prince Johnson, JMB would probably not be president today. So it was a strategic decision he made I like to be fair. If he had picked me, his favorite nephew or one of his favorite nephews, we're probably they're going to run. We're going to almost certainly lose. So I think looking back at it, it was a strategic decision, great political calculation that went into that to pick Jeremiah Kuhn. And that doesn't mean I'm putting myself down. But the votes from NIMBA were enough to offset the votes from the Southeast. Stanton, you know the matrix. And so it was a good decision, a brilliant decision JMB made to pick Jeremiah Kuhn.
But yet you said JMB met your political leader, met Tidia, you and your sister, met the party leadership, and JMB said, if it cost me to sleep and dance with the devil, so be it. And it got you angry, right?
Stanton, JMB was speaking in metaphors. He was speaking in metaphors. He said, we have to win, Stanton. You know, Shakespeare said, all is well that ends well, Stanton. Not how it started. We started a great fight. We fought for many years. All of that would have been in vain if DMB had not won the presidency. Our issue was not who he picked. It was the rift that people caused between us. Even today, there are people who don't want me close with JMB. And JMB knows it. So it's always been there. But JMB as an individual, is a decent human being, good person. He doesn't hold grudges. He has no bone of malice in his body. So our issue was never with him. That is why I felt my reaction after we left was horrible and was unacceptable. Because personally, JMB did not do any harm to me.
Let us talk about your party leader. Have you spoken to this president? Do they have a chain of conversation? Yeah. You back in the cycle. You talk to JMB whenever. You text him, you call him, you visit him. What's going on with Honorable Bernard Ure, your political leader?
Well, Honorable Ure and the president have spoken on a number of occasions, but I will not go into detail because it is up to him to speak to that. I know they've talked on a number of occasions. JMB has told me, Honorable Ure himself has told me. You understand? Let me give you one example. And maybe it's not my place to say it, but I will say it. To make the case that JMB holds nothing against anybody. Honorable Ure had called JMB one day, and JMB was on his way to Bopolu City to commission that water project Water and Sewer had done there. So he had called JMB on WhatsApp. The internet was bad, it was spotty. And so JMB said, Ben, I can barely hear you. I'm on a highway. Let me get to Bopolu City where the internet connection will be better and I will call you back. Honorable did not expect it. 45 minutes later, JMB called him and said, now I'm in Bopolu. We can talk. Send him. He called him back. They talked. Is this a man that holds mileage? So no. But I know they haven't met formally the way I met with JMB, but they've talked on a number of occasions. Yeah, they have.
Okay, so let's put this where we can put it. Is he supporting JMB? Is your political leader?
No, I cannot speak for him, Stanton. It would be unfair.
Is the party supporting JMB?
I cannot speak for the party. I hold no position in the party. I know where I stand personally as an individual.
ALP is Henry Costa. Henry Costa is ALP. What you mean?
That's not true. I'm not a leader of the party, Stanton. Come on, man. You're just trying to instigate. I'm not a leader of the party. That's Ure who's the head of the party. I'm just Henry Costa, one of the prominent figures in the party. But I don't see myself as a party person, Stanton. Let's be honest here. I was the voice of the JMB movement for president for 5 years. Long before, and I wasn't that voice because I was an ALP member, Stanton. I was that voice because I was, this prominent advocate in the country, a political commentator. So I was supporting JMB largely in that capacity, while my party also was supporting him. So then I had a special relationship with JMB, divorced of my party, and the relationship, Mr. Ure himself had a special relationship with JMB. So, I can't speak as to whether the party supports GMB. There are members of my party who are in the government. Our party chairman is in the government. He also job in the government, appointed by GMB.
Let's forget about him because there's a whole different can of worms. Let's forget
My
about
man,
him.
are your business. All I know, we got party members who are in the government.
Your party chairman, Theodore Momo, is there. But let's talk about now. You shifted to George Manawia, right? You campaigned for him. The video of you in Calasco, you came back hard. We're done with the JMB issue. You have made your peace with OMF JMB. Fine. I love it, to tell you the truth, right? I can't do without JMB myself, but I will still beat on him when the government is messing up. Let's talk about George Weah. Did you deceive George Manawia, the CDC government? Were you in it with all your heart, your mind, your soul? I mean, immediately after the election, Costa, you came back beating on CDC again. Why?
Absolutely not, Stanton. The relationship with me and George Weah was like a relationship with a woman she loves her man, very much so. She craves his attention, his love, his affection in return. But when he doesn't seem to give her that, she flirts with another man in order to make her man jealous. And that man with whom she flirts deceives himself, deludes himself into believing that woman actually likes him. But it's not true. She's faking. The moment her man shows her attention and shows her appreciation, she's going to go running back into his arms. That was the case with me and Josh. I was just bitter and I was hurt. And it was not fair to CDC. It shouldn't have dragged me into that, Stanton, because look, you don't start a new relationship when you're still hurt, Stanton. You only go in there with all that toxicity. All I went to CDC with was a pile of toxicity. I didn't help them. In 2 weeks, what could I do? 5, 6 years fighting the people. Could I undo what I did in 2 weeks? Absolutely not. Only a complete bozo would think that I could undo it.
Are you seriously saying this about Joey and CDC? I mean, what you just said, you were just trying to find that comfort zone because in reality, that's how people saw it, though. You were hurt. You were hurt. You needed to lay back somewhere. We saw the Ben Sevi, the Cap Hassan. You guys were in the car. You guys were doing cutthroat, no blood, one round. You saying all this thing and all the video, it was that because you were hurt, you needed to go back home.
Stanton, you are a married man, so this advice is no good to you. But I will say this to all the married men and married women out there. Do not enter a new relationship when you are still hurting and you crave the love of your old relationship. That was the case because the new relationship is only going to get hurt. That's it.
So now we know the true intention. You talk to that thing, and of course, it makes a lot of sense, Costa, because everybody, they needed to be part of the election. Talk to me today, right now, 2 years on the JMB, and the party you supported, but you went in there with a condition. Talk to Liberian now between JMB 2 years to that of George Manawia 6 years. Take your pay. You think JMB is doing better than 6 years of George Manawia?
Stanton, the comparison is completely ridiculous. George Weah took office in January 2018. By March 2018, George Weah was building 42 condominiums. George Weah had tuned down his dilapidated 9th Street house and in its place erected a mansion. George Weah was reckless. The people were reckless. If McGill had bought a property for over $200,000, people were buying properties all over the place. There's absolutely no comparison between Joe Boakai and George Weah. Joe Boakai, in nearly 2 years, still lives in the house he built. That is a nice home, but it's modest. It's nice. You've been there. He's lived in that house since 1981, a year before I was born. I like to put it in perspective so people know it's a 42-year-old house. He's content with that, except for a few modifications that have been done, nothing grandiose. So there's no comparison. Joe Boakai has fired and suspended people for abuse of their stewardship, something which George Weah never did. You cannot tell me who he fired. George Weah left here and went to watch his son play football in Qatar for 50 days. Joe Biden has not done that. So there's just no comparison. The individuals, not even the government, but the two individuals cannot be spoken of in the same sentence. I think it is an unacceptable abomination to even compare the two of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Henry Pedro Costa. As you can see, we didn't start yet. We're just in the kitchen. We're about to make our way in the living room. This is started. All this is Mac and Talk. All this is Henry Pedro Costa. Okay, we're going to hold nothing back because we have no agreement as to what question to ask. And we're glad that you're joining us now. Go back on Facebook. I see you are sharing the show. Share it even more. Invite somebody. Let's listen to the real Costa, the true Costa, the Costa that is sober, the Costa now that in a position that he can speak and only speak to that which is true. You made mention of Joe Weah tearing down his property and building condominiums. Costa, you were just on a podcast condemning this government about a $10 million project in Lofa. Compare them both. We are of the same equivalent here, Costa. So talk to me. Who did this to JMB if it is not JMB?
Senator, I'll tell you this. One of the reasons why JMB used to value my inputs, my ideas, my suggestions, he would always say, when Henry says no or yes, Henry will provide reasons why. I do not believe in sycophancy, contrary to what people say. Stanton, I've done my research. I'm still doing my research. Those villas that are being built in Foya are not even being built in JMB's hometown. JMB is from Wasonga. Foya, if I'm not mistaken, is the largest district in Lofa County. It's a very large area, Stanton. JMB is from Wasonga, where, and correct me if I'm wrong, where those villas are being built, they're not being built in Wasonga. In Wasonga, JMB has houses there, a compound there. Again, it's not modest. I mean, it's not grandiose, it's modest homes. But I tell you this, Stanton, the optics of building those villas in Foya are bad. They are not good. Even though they are not being built for JMB as a personal property, but whether they are building it for his use whenever he goes to Lofa, which he seldom does, the optics are bad, Stanton. I'm not going to sit here and whitewash it. It is unfair to JMB. Whoever proposed that, and I know who did, but I don't want to call their name. Whoever proposed that idea to go and let's surprise the president. Let's build something nice there so whenever he goes there and whatever. If JMB wanted a mansion, Stanton, he would have built one in Monrovia like George Weah did when he became president. No, he still lives in the modest home. It was people in government who decided they wanted to impress the president, and they went and sourced that money and they built that thing. That's why they are ashamed and they are giving contradicting stories. One group is saying, oh, we don't know about it. The other group is saying, it's Monroe Union funded project. They need to come clean and tell the Liberian people, we did it and we have embarrassed. Let me tell you what they did about the vehicles. JMB did not want those luxury Lexus vehicles.
Hold on. No, we got to take it step by step, Pedro. I beg you, let's go back to this thing. You just beat on George Manawea. You know, I love to keep it real, right? Now you say it's not JMB, that people in the government, but JMB have not spoken to it and you have not dismissed anyone. So it's JMB. You cannot convince someone today that it is not JMB. I know the story to that. You know I know that. I know exactly how it came about. I know what JMB said when that person stood in front of him. But
I don't know that.
It's not for me. Yeah, it's not for me to say. JMB Gakula Fofana saying something else. Daniel Sano saying something else. Madam Kra is saying something else. But the government position, even during the confirmation, the chief of staff, how do you call him? Sam Stikwa. He didn't know anything about it. So,
and that was a blunder. You can't be the guy who was just Minister of State without portfolio for special services and go for confirmation hearing for a position of Minister of State for Presidential Affairs and say you don't know anything about it, I would be concerned if I were the president. You can't be disowning a project that you all know about it. You can't say you don't know about it. I think he lied. I think Steve Quia lied. They know about the project. I can tell you this much, Stanton, and I want to use this again. JMB was not keen on no Lexus. JMB would have driven any kind of vehicle they bought for him.
We have that document, Costa. Let's stay with
No,
it. Let's stay with this thing.
I'm just telling you the fact.
You accusing Sam Stikwa. You said Stikwa knew about it. Now may his soul rest in peace. Sylvester Graceby, Mama Ability, the gentleman.
Graceby was the one that started the project, Stanton. Graceby was the one that started the project. He said he wanted to surprise the president. He did it. You understand me, Stanton? He did it.
Costa, we made you say that again. You say who did it?
Sylvester Graceby was the one that initiated that project. He initiated it without the president's consent. He initiated it. He said they want to surprise the president. He did it. He's a dead man now, so we don't want to speak ill of the dead. But he initiated that project. It was not initiated by JMB. I told you I've done my research. I have the facts. It was not JMB.
Costa, I know when Sylvester Graceby came into the president's home, when he left FOIA and came to the president's home, JMB was angry. But I'm the one asking the question, so I don't want to answer my own question. But then why are you including Steve White, Mama Ability, and all of them if you know this was done by Graceby?
Because for Steve to say he knew nothing of the project was a lie. It was a lie. All they needed to say is a government-funded project. These are villas that have been built to accommodate the president whenever he goes to Lofa County. That's it. It's not corruption. They didn't steal the money. Nobody's accusing them of stealing the money. But the fact that they are lying and they're even contradicting the accounts.
Where the money came from? Where the money came from?
I mean, I'm hearing lots of tourists, Stanton. Lots of different tourists. I don't want to get into them because I have not verified them.
And you hear a lot of lies. And that's the reason why the government cannot take a position. Where the money came from? Does that project look like a $10 million project to you, Costa?
No, that project is 10 million. No, Stanton. That's not the figure. It's far less than that. It's under 5 million. It's under 5 million. But those, and I'm told the properties, those villas will be turned over to the GSA when they are constructed. No, Stanton, let me tell you something. Sometimes when you do these things and you don't inform the public prior to these things, like you inform them about every other project, this government is very transparent, Stanton. Very transparent about everything they do. I'm going to give them credit for that. But on this particular one, they dropped the ball. Because they should have known that building villas in FOIA. They didn't build a villa in Wasonga. They built them in FOIA. Building villas in FOIA, the optics are bad. They will look like it's the president that's building them. And it's not the president that's building them.
So now we have the equivalent. And Henry Costa can go out there and beat on George Manawia. We have folks like Akaris and the rest of them.
It's not equivalent, Stanton. It's not equivalent. No, let's be fair.
You have no document to prove that it's 5 million or 10 million. You're not showing it to the people. You have not spoken on it like Costa is doing tonight. You're taking people in government, lie to the president. Should the president fire them?
I think the president should take action. I think he should take administrative action. Maybe not fire them because they didn't commit corruption yet. It's not like they stole the money, but the messaging around it is bad. Kula Fofana said it's presidential project. Daniel Sando said is a MRE. I think that Daniel Sando, I think Daniel Sando needs to be reprimanded. Steve Quia needs to be reprimanded also. You can't lie that you don't know about the project. You can't do that. Daniel Sando was trying to lie too by saying that, because of the strategic location of FOIA, and so it's you lie on the Mano River Union, for Christ's sake. You tell such an audacious, ridiculous lie that can easily be found out. I think it was wrong, Stanton. I'm not sitting here backing them, but they did not steal the money.
Yeah, but if he doesn't take action, presidential action, do you think it would be a bad thing for this government? We're going to hang over them.
Stanton, this is not a scandal. I will not agree with anyone trying to equate this blunder to the George Weah scandal of building condominiums.
We need to see the documents.
Of course, I agree with you. We need to see. We need to see how much was put into it.
That is a scandal. Tell them we can turn it any which way, Costa.
It is not a scandal.
Yes, sir.
It is not a scandal, Santa. Nobody, they didn't, look, here's what would have characterized or qualified it as a scandal. If we had seen them building those villas in Joe Boakai's, next to Joe Boakai's home in Foya, Wasonga, if we had seen them build it in his name for him, personal property, then you can equate that to the George Weah 42 condominiums, or demolishing his, tearing down his 9th Street house and building a mansion in his place. But no, it's a government project. It's going to be managed by the General Services Agency. But the way they went about the messaging, because they knew the optics were bad, Foya needs something better than that. Foya needs something better than that. Foya needs a school. Foya needs a hospital, not presidential villa. How often does the president go there?
Ladies and gentlemen, you hear what Costa have to say on the show. Costa disagree. Tell the government can take a position and tell the LeBron people the agreement. The next year, Costa, who actually building up that project? Who? We are hearing, and I put his name out, the nephew, the family member.
It's a Nigerian contractor who has been around for a long time. His name is Joe Moba. He built the Jamali. I'm coming, Stanton. I'm coming. Joe Moba runs a company called Musons Group. He is an engineer by profession. He built the Jamali Diagnostic Center. He's been doing projects here, civil works projects for many long years, building buildings all over this place. So he is not the nephew of Joe Boakai. No. The same way I'm a nephew by affinity, not by consanguinity. I'm not a nephew to Joe Boakai by blood, Stanton. So Joe Moba is a nephew.
Joe Moba is a nephew to JMB. Joe Moba from Lofa. You know that. I know that. I've met Joe Moba before. You know the stuff we have on Ralphie Highway. Joe Moba went there when he was on his way to Ghana. We know all the listing Costa. You know that. I know that. You are sitting here with me. The fact that they cannot put the document out and the contract were given to Joe Moba that carried $10 million till we see a Costa, that's a scandal. That's a scandal.
The figures that I've heard are significantly lower than 10 million.
Okay.
And that's why
we leave it at that. Let's get to the car issue. JMB said I can grab rebound. And let me say this to you. I believe it. I don't think JMB is a luxury president for me. But I will give it to you though. What's happening with the car? $1.4 million. Bulletproof car. The one that President Weah was using, President Weah gave it to him. The president said using it as of today. What went wrong?
Stanton.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. People came up with 1.4 million. Did anybody ever see the invoices for those vehicles? No. But let me tell you the closest I am to those vehicles.
I saw the invoices, Costa. I got the
invoices?
I put it on Spoon. We put it on Spoon.
$1.4 million. But the vehicles
of $1.4 million. They got the 12 Toyota pickup Hilux, right? Let's see, I got all the documents, but let's have the conversation. Let's go ahead.
Here's what I'm told, Stanton. They were supposed to purchase, look, the vehicles that JMB inherited from former President George Weah. Those vehicles were procured, I'm told, around 2019, 2020, or somewhere thereabouts. They were old. And yes, the president still uses them occasionally, but his primary vehicles are the two Lexuses that they got. But here's what I'm told, Stanton. The decision to procure those vehicles was not one that was made by JMB. It was made by the EPS. When you are president, I've not been president, I don't speak from experience, but when you are president, the way I hear, there's certain things are decided by your handlers. They come and tell you, say, Chief, we've decided these are the vehicles we're going to get for you. In fact, I'm told, Stanton, and perhaps I should not be saying this, that when they first presented those vehicles, the pictures of those vehicles to JMB, now, as far as the security specifications are concerned, he's okay with them. But the brand, Lexus is associated with luxury. But Stanton, let's be fair. Lexus is not Bugatti. Lexus is not Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's Lexus. That car, the base model is under $100,000. Stanton, you know that. Now, the bulletproofing is going to be expensive. It's what's going to take the price up. That's why I refuse to accept. But here is what I'm told. That 1.4 million figure, if it is true, then it's not just for the two vehicles that were bought for JMB. I'm told they are procuring 2 vehicles for the vice president as well. Because the vice president also inherited vehicles that former Vice President Joy Howard Taylor had used for a long time. So they were replacing the presidential and the vice presidential fleet. Center? That's what I was told.
You were told correctly, Costa. The total amount was 1.4 for all the vehicles. So you're quite correct. The vehicle that was bought for the vice president is included. JMB's single bulletproof vehicle is now 1.4. You are quite correct. We are looking at the total amount. I have the breakdown. JMB single vehicle was around $450,000 to $520,000. I know that. So we are not shifting it. But you are not putting this on JMB. The FOIA project is not JMB. The vehicle is not JMB. The people are saying that you are shifting this away from the president, Costa.
No, Stanton, listen, Stanton. When you put 4 vehicles, 2 for the president, 2 for the vice president, 1.4 million. And look, when you look at the fleet management policy of the government, I've read it. When it comes to vehicles for the president, the vice president, the speaker, the pro tem, the chief justice, they don't have price limits to them. I'm not saying they should buy them exorbitant, ridiculous, exorbitant vehicles, but Stanton, those vehicles are fitted with necessary security specifications to ensure the president's and the vice president, the president's safety and the vice president's safety. So,
do you think the president needed a vehicle at this difficult time in the country and the vice president? You think it was necessary?
Yes. I would rather buy 4 vehicles, 2 for the president, 2 for the vice president, and have their vehicles break down or expose them to security risk. Stanton? These are the people who run the country. They must be protected. Even though JMB ride or cars, but JMB doesn't care about luxury. When he used to come to Delaware, Stanton, you know this. I used to drive me around in my Range Rover, my Le Droiset Range Rover 2016.
Where is that Range Rover? I heard that it broke down the highway. Where is it?
Yala.
Okay.
You heard it broke down. It broke down the highway.
Let's brush off from JMB and the executive mansion briefly, and let's talk about the other side. I want to end on this thing when you talk about JMB. You beat on George Montefiore about private jet. Why? I mean, what's your message here with private jet, Costa?
Stanton, flying private jet the way Joe flew private jet, I'm still against using private jet in that manner. Let me tell you something, Stanton. When JMB flies, just notice it. The last time he went to the States, he didn't use private jet. Because you know what? The flight routes. I'm told, I'm not part of his team, but I'm told he flew from here to Accra and he got on a direct flight straight to the US. It's easier. It's convenient. But when JMB has to travel to, say, Nigeria, Abuja, for some of the ECOWAS engagements, Stanton, I travel around here quite a lot. From here to Abuja, you have to fly from here on Askai to Accra. There's a 1-hour layover from Accra to Lome. From Lome, there's another layover. From Lome, before you get to Abuja or to Lagos. There's too many stops. This is the president of the republic we're talking about here. So in an instant case such as that, to me, it becomes very necessary to put the president on a private jet. Let me give an example. When the president went to Togo recently, Lome, to deliver a keynote address invited by his brother For Nasengbe, the president of Togo, do you know what they did? The president had to send a private jet to pick up his private jet, his personal private jet, to pick up, or his presidential jet, to pick up JMB. Why didn't JMB say, let me use my own let me rent a private jet? Because every time JMB does not have to fly a private jet, JMB makes sure he does not fly that private jet. But when it becomes extremely unavoidable and necessary, JMB does use a private jet. We can have the president stopping in Lomé, stopping in Accra.
You are in line with Nathaniel McGill here, saying it's reasonable for this president to fly private jet. You are in line with
the argument they made was not valid.
Let me load this thing up. You are in line with Snow. You are in line with Mr. Cummings, who said sometimes it's necessary because he represents our country. These guys said, oh, the last jet that came, folks are saying it was for the owner of Intom and Iboma, one of them.
Senator, that is a blatant lie. The executive mansion posted, and I read it with my own 2 eyes, that Paul Nasengbe has sent his presidential jet to pick up our president. It took him on a Friday, he delivered his message, and it brought him back on a Sunday, I believe. JMB only spent 1 night there. Came right back after he delivered his speech. It was the presidential jet of that country. It was not a jet owned by any business person. That is a lie. And E-Mansion, they posted it for transparency.
You know, E-Mansion will not tell you it's from Igbo mouth, though.
I did my own research. There was no Igbo mouth. It was, you know how I knew? Every jet, every private jet, every plane has a unique number, identifier number. Or they call it something. There's some name they have for it. You can research it. It's not something that's hidden. It's on the tail of the plane. And you can look it up, and it will tell you who owns that plane, when that plane was made, the make and model. Yeah.
Thank you. I have to push you here. Let's talk about your recent podcast. You are calling for the removal of Justice Minister Oswald Twe. Why so?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want to call my own brother Dylan out here. He and Yombly, they recommended Oswald Twe. There's no harm in that. No harm in that. Dylan does something that's admirable, even though he's a key ally of the Bouaka administration. But from time to time, Senator, you know, Dylan wages campaigns against certain things and certain practices and certain individuals in the executive branch. Case in point, Cooper Cry. And that advocacy is one that I support. Dylan led a campaign here on the Cooper Cry. What did he do? He ended up increasing work permit fee by 300%. But why is Dylan so quiet when it comes to living up to the most critical promise that was made during the campaign, to hold members, officials of the last administration accountable for their stewardship and the flagrant and blatant abuse of the public trust? Dylan says nothing. And I'm calling him out here. He's my friend. Why I commend him for calling for his campaign against the irresponsible, reckless sale of work permits to generate revenue. Work permits should not be sold to generate revenue, Stanton. It should be given only to people for jobs and skills that cannot locally be sourced. But they need to sit down with their guy, Oswald Twe. If he's not up to this job, let him step aside. Stanton, because this is one of the most important things that was promised. You promised this, Stanton. You said it during the campaign. As I said, you are the Joshua, I am the Moses. I didn't reach the promised land, you reached the promised land. You made this promise, Stanton, countless times, that when JMB wins, they're going to hold the people accountable. They're going to make sure assets are seized and people are slammed behind bars. And not in almost 2 years, one person has not gone to jail, Stanton. It's unacceptable. And nobody will get me to mince my words and say, oh, don't talk it because you support the government. Look, let me tell you something, Stanton. I will not be a sycophant. And that's one thing JMB likes me for. I speak my mind. I speak my mind. On the issue of holding people to account, Stanton, they are feeling badly. They're feeling badly. And their base is watching. If I'm lying, let them say I'm lying. Let them say they're pleased with the government's stated goal that they've articulated quite passionately during the campaign to hold officials of the past government accountable. Let them say I'm lying.
So the person have legal advisor. Let me bring another person named in. You know him, Bushman Keita. What say you about him? His advice to the president.
I've heard Buju Ben has given a lot of silly pieces of advice to the president. Senator, again, I don't work in the government. I can talk freely. Buju Ben Keita, I'm told, is one of the people who convinced the president that it was okay to summarily attempt to fire 10-odd people. And they ended up paying them. They paid the former CBL governor $375,000 US. Buju Ben was one of the key people who championed that. They didn't wait until they concluded the audit of the LTA. They told the president it was okay to fire the LTA people. And they ended up settling them. They paid them money. So Buju Ben offers bad legal advice. I don't know which law school he went to, but he offers bad legal advice to the president. So I'm not a fan of Buju Ben Keita, because if you offer advice that the president can fire this person and that person challenges that decision and the government ends up paying that person money, that means it was a bad advice, Stanton. It was a bad advice. The president needs a new legal advisor. Buju Ben is not up to the task. Me, I will tell the truth.
Yeah, okay. Listen, Costa, that was a man going to talk all today. The president should get, DeLong is, I'm not a fan of DeLong, and you know that most people do. I beat on DeLong. But why are you putting this on DeLong? We'll come back to Buju Ben and also Twe. You have Yombli Kanga Lawrence, the rescue auntie.
But it's both of them. It's both of them. They recommended Oswald Twe. That's their guy. JB know Oswald Twe from nowhere. They brought him. And there's nothing wrong with bringing him, but they need to sit down with him and have a conversation with him that, look, you're embarrassing us. DeLong knows. When was the last time you heard DeLong complaining about the slow pace of holding people to account? DeLong is very vociferous. He speaks quite often. So many issues. He criticized the members of the executive branch. He speaks to everything. But when was the last time you heard him saying that we are letting the people down when it comes to holding people to account? When was the last time? Stand on think. Because it's that guy who's supposed to do that job. And he's not doing it for whatever reasons, I don't know. He needs to go. President needs to fire him. The same way he needs to fire Buju Ben Keita.
So we'll come there. You say it's that guy because he's a Liberty Party guy?
They recommended him.
Because
they brought him. Yes, they brought him. Yes. The president wanted somebody else as Justice Minister. Don't forget, the president wanted this guy, Jonathan Massaquoi. Massaquoi is who the president wanted. They resisted it. They remember the president appointed a Cooper Cry. Again, it was resisted. So then they said, okay, but yeah, oh man, Oswald Twe level law firm key. And I'm told Oswald Twe law firm is doing very well. He's got lots of new clients. He's a government lawyer. Oswald Twe is benefiting from being in that position. And what benefits do we get as the people who supported Joe Boakai?
So let's talk about it, Costa. What is Joe Boakai doing? What is Uncle Joe doing? You calling this name? Buju Ben Keita, Oswald Twe. Let's stick with them too. Well, listen, I'm going to ask the president, and I'm going to find out myself. But what is he doing? Is he going to ride and die with them to 2029? What would be your take?
Think so. I don't think so. Look, let me just say, people think Uncle Joe, play with that man. People think Uncle Joe is indecisive. He is not. He takes his time. And sometimes it can be painful for people who want to see things done quickly. But he takes his time. He gathers all of the facts. One day we're having lunch. And he said something to me. I will not say it all, but he said something. He said, look, Henry, when you're president, you can't be too twisted to make decisions when it involves people and it could destroy people's lives. You have to gather all the facts. He said that to me. We were talking about a certain individual. And he made reference and said, you got to be careful. He said, for example, if that individual was around, they would not want me to, you got to take your time and gather all the facts. JMB will act when he has all of the facts. Sometimes you want to push him. I know this. When we wanted to leave the CPP, I used to call him. I said, Uncle Joe, we have to leave the CPP. Things are not looking good. We have to leave the CPP. JMB he wanted to take his time. And I became rebellious. I waged war to tear the CPP apart because I felt I needed to protect JMB's presidential aspirations. I waged a war. You know that. So JMB is not slow, but he wants to be sure. And sometimes Those of us who want to be hasty or want him to do things in a hasty fashion find it unacceptable.
But Costa, that's the reason why we're here. We don't have enough time. 4 years to go. You said it. People are saying it. Nobody is incarcerated. You know that. People went home with the take-home pay. They pay them off. You know that. People that were charged. Audit report revealed massive corruption. But guess what happened? They didn't go, to jail with cough on. They went home with fat salary. I mean, how can JB explain this to the folks that will come around 2029?
And that's why a guy like me, I don't work in the government. I'm his nephew. I can speak the truth publicly and directly to him. Let me tell you something. When I raised an issue with JMB, and he did it recently, but I will not go into it. I raised an issue, and he surprised me. You know what he did? He made sure I was provided the information that I needed about a particular issue. And I will not go into it. Never. But he did that, Stanton. And you know what I did?
You want me to go into it?
No, I forbid you. I invoke our friendship. I forbid you from going into that. Yeah, I forbid you. But he treated my concern with respect. He made sure the information I needed was provided. JMB will act, Stanton. JMB is concerned about the way certain things are going. He's pleased about certain things. So let me tell you something, Stanton. This government is making a lot of progress on a lot of fronts. The economy is a challenge. It's been a challenge for every government because we are beset with historical and perennial constraints to our economy. Until you can really rigorously and significantly address those constraints, economic growth in the country will be slow. But there's progress, and there are things that are happening, and there's will. Look, I say to the people in government, this is the best president to work for. He's a president who will not call you and say, LPRC boss, bring me money for the weekend. John Brown from LTA, bring me money for me to give to the other person. JMB will never do that. That is not him. And that's why JMB is able to act against them, because JMB he doesn't ask anybody to bring him money for the weekend. He doesn't do that. Stanton? Doesn't do that.
So Costa, we talk about also Twine, we talk about Bujuba Keita. Let's go ahead and talk about the yellow machine and Mamaka Berete involvement. $84 million, $80 million. First, when it came out,
Mamaka is another person that should be fired. Mamaka should not keep her job. Look, Stanton, again, this is why I say if I work in the government, I don't want to work in the government. Because I don't work in the government, I can speak like this. Mamaka came from nowhere. She was not involved with the struggle. She is in the mansion and she acting like she calls the shot. She gets up and she says we can get 285 pieces of yellow machine for $85 million. They wanted to steal from the Liberian people, Stanton. They wanted to steal from the Liberian people. But JMB, who people were beating on him, and it was so unfair to him. They were beating on him. JMB allowed the process. When the vice president raised issues, now I will speak to this. The vice president said, look, I've been buying yellow machine. I've been doing yellow machine business for a long time. I know about yellow machine price. That yellow machine price, they're calling you, Mr. President, you're not looking correct. I don't know what yellow machine costs. I'm told the vice president went and got quotes, invoices, pro forma invoices from different mix and model, Shantui, Sunny, Caterpillar, and brought all to the president. The president said, So that the way they think looking, they had a yellow machine came from $85 million. They brought it down to 46 million. Then they brought it to 37 million. That's why the president put the vice president in charge. Today, we're going to get the yellow machines for under $22 million. So it is a man I wanted to do. But Mamaka should be fired because of that. She should be fired. Everybody who was involved.
Okay, forget about Grace Payment, his rest in peace.
Yeah, Grace Payment should be, you can find now he's dead.
Customized.
Remember, can you fire a dead man?
No, okay. All right. So, okay. So let me recollect. So my thing is that at the end of the day, though, Costa, Bushman Keita, Oswald Twelve, Mamaka, Sekwa, Daniel Sando. The president must take action because, again, you see the president said we're going to wait, let's gather all the facts. We have all the facts.
Can I say something to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why the people would never want me close to JMB in the government, anywhere near it? Because I will talk. I will make sure a lot of things, and I'm so glad. You know, look, Stanton, people don't know this. I'm so happy I am where I am. Because, Stanton, if I were in this government, I swear, you man did not wish me. Stanton, you might have finished wishing me. I'm glad I am where I am. Because some of the things I see going on, Stanton, if I were in the government, especially the way I suffer, where the hell Mama Car came from? To be embarrassing Uncle Joe, or to go write that kind of letter and make the president send it to the legislature. A gentleman agreement, the man's JMB, that man is a sober-minded, brilliant, wise man. To go get in that kind of letter to sign that kind of embarrassment, people will be fired if somebody like me were around. They're lucky I am not around. They're lucky.
You stay around though. You still have the president.
I'm not in the government center. I'm a private citizen and I'm too happy where I am. Too happy.
But you still have the president here. Well,
the president worked with them. I don't work with him. So when I talk to him about certain things, he listens. I'll tell you this. He did it. He has done it several times. When I bring issues to him, he listens. But Stanton, I'm not in the inner circle. I'm an outsider. I'm an outsider. I'm an outsider. No matter how much he respects me or he loves me, but I'm still not in the government center. So there's only so much I can influence.
Do you want to be in this government?
Absolutely not. And it's not because I'm not proud of the president. I'm very proud of the president and his performance. But I don't want to be in the government. No, I do not, Stanton.
Why?
Because, Stanton, I want to make money. And I got something that has a lot of money. I want to buy my BB car and build my BB house. They can say I stole the money from government. That's it right there, Stanton. I got a gold. I got 300 acres. I got it from the. I went. I applied. I found 300 acres with gold. It has lots of gold. It has great potential. I'm doing my gold mining business. Gold got a lot of money. I made my gold money. They say the boss stole the money from government. The boss got P money. They wanted to steal. So I want to stay in the gold mining business. But when they do wrong, I will talk it because I want to ensure my uncle's legacy is protected. But I won't work in the government. There was a time let me be honest. If the president had appointed me Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, I would have accepted it. I would have. But looking back at it now that it did not happen, I'm so happy where I am, Central. Very happy.
Will you accept a vacant position that Sam Sikwa came from?
I want to go on the record. The position Sam Sikwa recently vacated, I have absolutely no interest in it. There was a time people told me, go ask the president for it. I actually did consider it, Stanton. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. I actually did consider it. Because I said, you know what I mean? This will put me near my uncle. I will be able to resist some of these things that they're doing and help to steer things in the right direction. But come to think of it, Stanton, I'm happy that I am nowhere in their midst. First of all, they don't like me. They hate my guts. They've always hated my guts because of the great relationship I've had with him. And so I am just glad where I am, and I want my uncle to do well. And so what I will do for where I am with this big mob that I have, when I see them doing wrong, I will call them out and I will report them to him and I will tell him things from the outside. You know what I'm saying to do, Stanton? Rather than just talking publicly, I am going to be doing maybe a monthly assessment report and sending it to the president. Every month, I will send a report to him, 3 to 4 pages. I will condense it and I'm not going to go lie on somebody. I will do my investigation. I will get the facts as best as I can, and I will furnish the president with that. And it will be up to him and in his wisdom to use it as he sees fit. But I'll be telling him, I can still be useful outside of the government.
If the president, I mean, they're all watching. I can say to you right now, I'm getting a report from the president compound where he is. They are following you. I mean, the president knew you was coming up, by the way. You are calling for Oswald Twelve to go, Bushman Keita, Mamaka Berete, Sam Sikwa to be suspended. Let's be on the record. You want Sam Sikwa to be suspended. And down
no, I didn't say that. No, I didn't tell you to suspend him. I
What would
said
you say?
what he did was a blunder. He shouldn't have done it, but it does not warrant his suspension. No.
Okay, okay.
Sam Steve Quia has been with the old man for a long time. He knows the old man. I think he will be resourceful near the old man. And I think he's a sober-minded person. But because they're all embarrassed by the FOIA thing, so everybody wants this only. He should not have done that. But they said they should suspend him. I said, Mama Khan should be fired for the Yellow Machine scandal. This guy should be let go. Buju Ben Keita has embarrassed the government. He should be let go. Oswald Tuet needs to go back to his law firm.
Okay. So we got 3, just for the record.
As we go, I will need more as they come to mind.
Yes. So, but let's just understand, how long do you give the president? How long will you give the president?
We're getting to the end of his term. I'm not leaving Joe Bugger again, bro. We're not parting ways no more. I was staying with my uncle all the way, Stanton. So this is not like a time-bound thing. Okay, I'm with him until I see how things go. As I said, Senator, every morning I will send my report to him. I actually did consider the position Sam Steve Quia vacated. I did. Senator, I'm not going to lie. Even though I was concerned, I said, look, if I took this position, I just discovered good gold. And I start making my gold money. And I'm in the government. And Senator, I like nice things, man.
It's conflicting. It's conflicting. I think
your decision. People will say, oh, that the government money, the boss stealing. So let me stay in the private sector, but I want to help my uncle to succeed. And there are a lot of people doing great things, Senator. A lot of people in the government doing great.
Let's talk about the information ministry. Do you think, then we'll come to the party itself. Costa, do you think the information ministry is doing justice to this government?
You know, I will say this. The information ministry, you know, you can't do better than your capacity. You can't outperform yourself. You know, the Ministry of Information needs to recalibrate. One of the finest ministers of information we had in recent time in this country was my esteemed big brother, Lawrence Komla Bropley. He is a smooth, effective communicator par excellence. He was not combative. He stayed on message. He was sober. He was poignant. And he was effective. I think Daniel Sando them need to start being combative with CDC. When you want to be combative, be Henry Costa. Private businessman, go pocket, or whatever I want to. What you can do to me? But when you are the official government spokesperson and you mount that podium to speak, do it with responsibility, do it with sobriety. You can't be hurling invectives and calling the former president, oh, we have mosquito brain and all that kind of stuff. That it's unnecessary. There are a lot of good things that are going on. For example, people are saying the other day, JMB talked with Elon Musk, what benefit we got? Starlink just announced, in conjunction with LTA, that 156 government schools will be equipped with Starlink. This project costs, this is something good, commendable. You got a lot of good things to talk about. Sarah Beslow just announced she met with Marco Rubio, and the U.S. Embassy at the U.S. State Department even posted, and they are going to be restoring the 3-year visa regime. Those are important things to talk about. Recently, when Gaffron and the LEC boss were in the U.S., they signed a deal for an American company to come and install 23 megawatts of solar power. Those are things you're going to be talking about. You are not a propaganda arm of the government. You need to disseminate information in such a way that it is acceptable to everyone who listens to you. When you want to speak with a partisan tune, then get out of the government and do that. So they're not doing a very good job when it comes to that, especially Daniel Sando.
But Daniel Sando will only do what his boss wanted him to do, though. So you cannot separate them because he is endorsed and accepted by Geraldine McPierre.
Yeah, well, then PS tell him how to do their job. You can't be combative. Provide information. Talk about the good things that are happening in the country. Stanton, we're about to have, do you know we're about to do the road from Simport Bridge all the way to Bowatersa? Do you know the Japanese are funding? These are things you would know because you sit on the biggest platform in the country. You have access to information. But a lot of ordinary people do not have access to that kind of information. So every opportunity you get, you mount that platform, you use that to amplify the information as much as you can. That is what you do. I don't want their job. I don't want no government job. But I'm just saying they need to do better.
Have you spoken to them, though? Those are
No,
your
I
friends?
don't need to speak to them. I'll advise them through the kind of medium. I need nothing from nobody. You know? So I will just tell them what I can tell them. My hair can't fit in nobody's mouth. You know? I want my uncle to succeed. He means well. We have a president who truly, genuinely means well for this country, Stanton.
I mean, when you speak to Joseph Barker, you have like Christmas is tomorrow when you speak to him. Yeah,
and Stanton, here is the thing, and you know it, Stanton. You know that man. He's authentic. Joe Barker is as authentic as a person can be. You know? So those who serve him have to do their best to reflect his value.
Should we expect total reshuffle?
I don't know, Stanton. My Uncle Joe has not told me that. And we don't discuss such matters. When I meet him, we talk our nephew and uncle thing. I give him an update what's happening in my life. And we talk about personal thing. We eat together, we lecture, and that's it. And I don't go there often. I made a decision. I don't go around often, Center. The last time I saw the president was the day I came to Liberia. I believe it was September the 3rd or the 4th. I went to see him that morning. He was about to go to cabinet meeting. He saw me the same day I came from the US, arrived at the airport. I came straight from RIA, came home, took a shower, and went straight to the president. I brought something for him, and I went to deliver it to him. And he was on his way to a cabinet meeting, and we talked briefly. We planned to meet, and we didn't get to meet until he got busy and traveled to the US. So I don't see him that much. I don't go around that much because I don't want him thinking that, oh, he coming around now. He coming out like he wants something else. I don't want nothing.
So let's talk about those people that the government, they are kicking them out or removing them from the Hotel Africa area that Costa. These are people you spoke to. These are people you begged. These are people that champion this government. And without compensation, the government is kicking them out to give this to some private investors. We know who coming for that place. We know the conversation. What say you?
Stand down. Jawaharlal Nehru, I believe he was the first prime minister of India. Nehru said, after India gained independence in 1947, I believe, from the British, he said, to make an omelette, you have to crack an egg. Development comes with pains. That land, nobody in their right mind should have built on that land, Stanton. Nobody. It's government property. You build a whole house. Also blame the previous governments that let them build the houses there in the first place. But I'm told that they will be compensated, Stanton. Every time the government demolishes people's homes or whatever by the roadside, they compensate them.
People home, not those that built on government land, though.
Even though I will not talk that one because their matter is on a discussion, but I will not say it because we're trying to amicably resolve it in-house. But whenever they demolish properties, the standard practice is people get compensated. Yeah, there's something called resettlement action plan or something.
Costa, the public work minister again said he doesn't know whether an compensation package will be available for these folks.
Well, Stanton, even if they don't compensate them, that government land, you go sit on there, you build your house on there. Who told you to do that, Stanton? Let's be fair.
You know the condition in the country, Costa. You will not say
that. They got land all over the place, man, Stanton. You don't go build on government land and say, oh, I stay 9 years now, they can't do me nothing. You don't do that, Stanton. You have to have a sense of civic responsibility.
On government land today on Peace Island and other places, they should remove them. Is that what?
If the government really needs that land, I would not advocate for them to be removed with all compensation, Stanton. I care about the people, right? I care about the people. I think they should find some money to compensate them. But nobody says it, my house got 25,000 pay for it. No. I'll give you money to go move and go find a place to go live. But we can't
we have Henry Costa in studio, guys. Again, I'm watching this thing, Costa, because if this crash, we have to reconnect with you. I don't know, the people know, maybe Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook knew that you are coming today. This thing going crazy. We want to say continue sharing the show. We haven't Pedro Costa. We didn't touch on the HPX issue yet. We have not touched on other very important issue yet that now, I mean, your eyes going to be open when we get to political leaders. Henry Costa said he fully supports Joseph Yema Boakai. Nothing can separate him now from Joseph Yema Boakai. Let's talk about George Panel. We'll come back and we'll walk our way down to all the political leaders. What say you? The groundbreaking ceremony, Costa, is scaring the heck out of you Pates, Unity Party folks out there. Now they're saying they're going to do their own Unity Party Day, December 6th. What's going on? Are we still in this issue?
Stand on. I'm not a member of Unity Party, but my uncle, who is the president, is the standard bearer of Unity Party. The Unity Party wants to build their headquarters. I say kudos to them. Wherever the inspiration came from, perhaps it came from the fact that they were evicted before, Stanton. And so now they want to build their party headquarters. They're raising money. The other day we saw they suspended some of their executives because they were delinquent in paying the dues. And that's good. They're trying to raise money to do that. I'd rather see a ruling party be raising money to build party headquarters as opposed to taking money from MPA or LPRC to build party headquarters. So I think it's a commendable effort. I'm not going to go there because I'm not a member of Unity Party, but I support and respect their efforts to try to build their party headquarters. I think it's a commendable thing.
When you have certain lawmakers, the speaker, the chair, Prince Moyi, the speaker, Richard Combs, ministers and directors, you know, today saying that we're going to raise money to build our party. I don't think it's concerning though. When JMB said, don't worry about 2029, if you are, then leave the government. But the entire party is saying, no, we are worrying about 2029. We build our party headquarters, not only in Monserrate, but in every other county. Don't you think it's concerning?
Unity Party. They did not say Unity Church. Unity Party. They are a political organization. They have certain rights, whether they are ruling party or opposition party. If their members are saying that they want to raise money to construct a political party headquarters, look, these people they were evicted. It was humiliating. We were here. You and I were here, 2021. So now they don't want to repeat. They don't want to have to deal with that in the future. Now their people are in government. They're earning salaries. They can afford to contribute at least $1,000, $2,000. If a minister contributes $1,000, you think he can't afford it? He can afford it because he earns that money. And I think the parties should collect it from them while they're in power now. They should do that. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with what Unity Party is doing to try to build a political party headquarters.
To talk to us about Joe, we are coming back 2029 in CDC.
Joe, we has his right to run. I have my right to support him or not to support him. But that political aberration that happened for me to support him, flirted with him for 2 weeks, is never going to happen again. Never. But he has his right to run again if he wishes to do that. But I don't see George Weah becoming president of Liberia again. I don't want us to relive that nightmare.
No, it's not what you want. When the people vote for him.
But now only that, Senator. I'm Henry Costa. I have a following. I have a voice. I can use that voice against George Weah as I did. Senator, the damage we did to George Weah for 5 years, that's what hurt George Weah in Monserrate County. We made Dara Dillon senator twice, 2019 and 2020. CDC lost Monserrate for the first time because of the work we did. We organized the biggest peaceful protest in the history of this country, brought tens of thousands of people onto the streets, captured global attention. We did that. We brought Weah to his knees. Nobody had ever humiliated him in the way in which we did, in a democratic fashion. So we can stop Weah. We can do that.
How? How can you stop Weah?
We did it before.
I agree. But Costa, yes, let's do some takeaway here. You did that before because Joseph Yema Boakai, actually, you knew that people say, let's give the woman a chance at the end of this thing. You did that before because you were hearing Pedro Costa of the past, of the old. You could snap your finger, people come running. People say,
I can do that still.
No, I'm not saying you can't do that. But people saying that, well, you took us to George Weah, you took us to Boakai, you took us back to George Weah, you telling us to come back to Boakai again, and all these things will have a play. Look at George Weah breaking ground. That was a shutdown.
That's seditions. Stand on. You know, it's foolish when people try to make it look like George Weah can draw a crowd. It's absolute foolishness. George Weah is a very popular guy. Nobody can take that from him. You know, he's the leader of a political court, not a political party. It's a court.
You call it a court, Costa?
It's a court. It's not a political party. That's what it is, Stanton. You know, so George Weah, nobody should underestimate George Weah that he can draw a crowd. But can George Weah win? Let me tell you something. Statistically speaking, and historically, George Weah struggles when it comes to winning runoffs. George Weah, if you have elections today, automatically he's going to be in the runoff. But can he win the runoff? That is where George Weah struggles, because George Weah is incapable of convincing a significant number of the people who did not vote for him in the first round to consider him for the second round. That is why he always loses in a runoff. He ran against a very broke Unity Party. He ran a very well-oiled political machinery presiding over the coffers of the state, where they rampant and unbridled looting, and yet he lost to a broke Unity Party. You understand? If George Weah if he could not win the runoff when he was sitting president, how could he win runoff when he is not sitting president in 2029? If I'm betting, George, if I were a betting man, Stanton, I would put my money on Unity Party or on another political party as opposed to George Weah. Any good candidate that makes it to the runoff with George Weah can beat George Weah. They don't necessarily have to be as popular as George Weah is. They only need to be able to build a coalition of people who voted against George Weah in the first round. George Weah has about 35% of the electorate, 35%. That means 65% of the voters don't like George Weah. They don't vote for George Weah. You can win when you are able to build a coalition to bring as many people together as possible. And that is what Unity Party did, and that's why they succeeded in beating George Weah.
Why are we talking about George Weah coming back just 2 years into this government? What are we? Okay, not we. I really don't want to put myself in Unity Party.
You're part of them, and you are the Joshua. You let it put to the promised land.
But why are we even talking about George Weah? We are 2 years into this government. What is this government doing? What are they doing so terribly that George Weah get a voice to say, I'm coming back, Costa?
If Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, your Lord and Savior, as well as mine, came here to become president of Liberia, Cedician will still support George Weah. The reason Cedician still support George Weah has got nothing to do with the performance of this government. Cedicians worship George Weah. They will support him regardless of how splendidly, fantastically any government performs. So it's got the people who are supporting George Weah are not Unity Party people. They're not the coalition people. They are not the people I brought to look. Unity Party, I like to caution them here. They like to act like, that one of the things they do, I like to caution them. You didn't win anything by yourself. People like us led the charge for 5 years. Stanton Weatherspoon, Henry Costa, people like us who were not members of your party, we led the charge. Unity Party won because they built a large coalition, and Joe Boakai has the innate ability to woo people from all walks of life. That is what made it easy for some of us to sell Joe Boakai. And so Unity Party itself as a party doesn't have enough votes to win by itself. But Unity Party is able to build a coalition that encompasses people from different political persuasions and backgrounds. And so George Weah is unable to do that. He attracts largely one group of people, the Southeasterners, your people, the people from Yuan Panton and Corner West. And those people would take George Weah they were taken to the riverbank, but they are not enough to cross George Weah. And so the strategy to win George Weah is just do well by the Liberian people. And George Weah doesn't have the majority of Liberian people. He has only 35% of them. He has the minority. Do well by the Liberian people. Build a coalition of as many political parties as possible. Bring as many powerful voices as possible. Keep the likes of Stanton in your armpit. Don't alienate Stanton. Don't make him your enemy. He may blast you here today, but he means well. He still loves his Uncle Joe. Keep these people, keep that coalition together, and you can beat George Weah and retire him in 2029. That is the strategy. It's as simple as that. And we have statistics to back that up.
And retire him in 2029.
Yeah, because he will not run again. He will go sit down.
No, you will not. You're not. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Henry Pedro Costa. Wow. Man is talking all today. Costa, let's talk about the Cummings comeback. Since we discussed the John Ware comeback.
Oh, way back.
We have to, Costa. We
My
have
man,
to.
let me go get water. Let me go get water to drink.
Dama. We want to say, listen, it's always good having Costa. We're going to continue on this. Costa is coming back. He's going to get water to drink. I want to say to all of you, the Cummings question, you know, the man said he tested. The Cummings question.
I literally meant it when I said it.
Dama, hold on 1 minute. Let me grab a bottle real quick, please. Hold on 1 minute.
I got that one drink.
So I went down to if you want to drink.
Yeah.
My man, the AC on by Stay Sweaty, man.
Yeah. So, but Costa, talk to us. What's going on with the Cummings comeback? What say you?
Alex Cummings. It's yeah. When not there, not there. Is it total one bad but a hand shot? Alex Cummings is not a bad person. I really feel that if Alex Cummings could somehow miraculously become president, I don't know how's that going to happen because I don't see a viable pathway. If he could become president somehow, I think he could do a good job, but not better than JNB. I think he could do a good job. However, if Alex Cummings ran in every single election until he was 90 years old, he would not win. And I'll tell you why. Alex Cummings does not have the appeal. He's been out of the country for most of his professional life. In fact, the entirety of his professional life. He did wonderful things in corporate America, of which I'm proud as a Liberian. I respect. As somebody who respects success and accomplishments. But Alex Cummings has never shared that accomplishment, that success with the Liberian people. Stanton, look at you. You've done things here. You've created opportunities here for people. You can speak to that. You have built a media empire in this country. You're contributing to this country in a fight for democracy, holding people to account. That is a very, very important contribution you are making. Even though my friends in the government, some of them don't like what you say, but you're making a tremendous contribution. This country needs you. How has Alex Cummings shared that success with the Liberian people? You know, Aliko Dangote, Africa's richest man, once said he had gone to make a contribution, a donation to victims of a flood somewhere in Nigeria. And they asked him, Mr. Dangote, how generous of you to give all this money? And Aliko said, and I will paraphrase, people don't care about how successful you are if you don't share that success with them. Cummings wants to lecture us on how to build an economy and to make the country work. When you sit on a massive personal fortune, well over $100 million, you haven't built one factory yet, you haven't set up one farm yet, then you want to lecture us on how to build a farm or how to build a factory, how to create an economy that works. That's why Cummings' message does not resonate. So Cummings will never be president. And I'm not God, but the pathway is not there. That's why I said it has to be an act of God for Cummings to become president of Liberia. That is it. Stanton?
Costa, listen. Cummings said he got businesses in Liberia. You know, he chose.
You asked him the last time.
Yeah.
Every time you ask him, he said, I don't call it me before they target them. Me. Even before me and my Uncle Joe met, I got mining licenses. Stanton, do you know I got my first mining licenses to do gold business in this country, to explore, to do gold mining before I even met the president? Do you know that, Stanton? Do you know I got mining licenses before I even reconciled with the president?
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah.
Nobody stopped me. I told you. You understand? I've gotten even more mining licenses. You know, so Cummings, there's a security gift that people will target. If I want to have millions and want to establish a business here and the government wants to stop it, look at you, the way I will exploit it, I will milk it. If I will tell the person I won't bring 1 billion to invest, the people won't stop me. Cummings just needs to forget it. Feel sorry for him because he's going to subject himself to the hot blistering sun. He's going to be walking in the muddy water, and in the end, it's going to be an effort in futility.
I'm receiving information from some member of ANC said because you fought Cummings and dissolved CPP, lied on him. I'm reading exactly what they say. I'm not calling you a liar. And they are saying that you still have that hate for Cummings.
Who, me?
You.
I respect Alexander Benedict Cummings, Stanton. In fact, Cummings, even though I don't want to work for anybody, but when you look at Cummings' accomplishment, this man is a well-rounded, consummate, accomplished man. I respect his accomplishments. I say that from the bottom of my heart. You understand? He built legitimate wealth, but he did not share some of that wealth with the Liberian people in creating jobs, sustainable economic opportunities. And because he left, one time I said something. I said, you can't be, we don't make strangers paramount chiefs in the village. We don't. Maybe you can start from town crier and work your way up. I have nothing against Mr. Cummings. I respect him. It's up to him. But Alex Cummings just does not have it to be president of Liberia because they will not vote for him. But if Alex Cummings were to somehow miraculously become president, I think he would do a good job. Does it sound like somebody who hates him? Do these words sound like somebody who hates him that will say these things?
Costa, Cummings economic is his thing. Creating job is his thing. Do you think
raise your own money first? He ain't got no skin in the game. Put your own money. You get plenty of money. Start doing it. Create job with your millions that you got. You can't lecture me. The other day I saw he did a post. Yeah, the guy doesn't connect. The other day I saw a post he did. He said, I'm launching a series where I will be sharing a motivational course. I mean, are you kidding? A man with massive fortune now, you're sharing tips on how people can build businesses and become entrepreneurs? Huh? Is that what you seriously are doing? You could set up an incubator where you're lending small amounts of money to people and helping them grow small businesses. You're not doing that. You want to lecture us on your Facebook page on how we can build wealth? And you drive a Ferrari somewhere in upscale Atlanta, Buckhead, or wherever he lives? Don't lecture me on your success. Share your success with me. Create businesses. Create opportunities. Stanton?
All right, let's leave the comments people listening to you. And but Cummings is coming back. They had a convention yesterday in Atlanta.
If I run, I can get more votes than Cummings. If I run in 2029 for president, I will get way more votes than Alex Cummings. I swear. I'm telling you. Me, if I run, I can get more votes than Cummings.
Are you running?
That 1% Cummings got, maybe you will get 3%. You will go up small to 3%.
Are you running for any seat in 2029?
I don't know that. God will decide. Right now, only money I want.
Only money you're looking for. Okay. Let's talk about Musa Hassan Benete. What say you about CMC?
Musa Hassan Benete. Look, Musa is the guy you have to have respect for. You gotta respect his game. You don't have to be a fan. You don't have to like Musa. One day I met Musa at a coffee shop at Royal Hotel when he had just become his representative. I said, yeah, Musa, wallahi Musa. Musa is a brilliant guy. He may not be brilliant in the context of an intellectual in that context, but he's a very brilliant guy, strategic guy. Musa has built a political party in such a short period of time. It's got supporters, regardless of how large it is or whether they are with him, whether they really like him. But Musa knows how to make his way. That is how Musa Benete has built himself. He has sustained his relevance. From government to government, Musa Benete has been a relevant guy since Amos Sawyer time. So I will not sit here and put Musa Benete down, but of course I will not support him because I don't think he's going anywhere. But I think Musa Benete, you have to respect his game. And Musa Belete automatically will have a seat at the table. If that's what he wants, he already got a seat.
What's his game here? If you're saying you can't win, I mean, he buying cars for people, moving from one county to another, one district, about to get that Sandro Johnson. Who's the guy from Sandro Johnson, right? I always messing them up.
Sandro Johnson, that's all, man. That's all going on.
Yeah, about to get that so a white pickup. White pickup.
But hey, I should go and pick up a sack and send it to my gold mine.
So at the end of the day, if Musa just won't sit at the table, he's spending all that money cost that. Talk to me.
Some people want expensive seat. The man on the seat will be expensive. We'll gain gold seat.
I don't know. I mean, the CMC people will come after you. Musa said,
you don't know me. You know my head can face somebody more. Musa, no man, he and myself just spoke the last time. Look, I like Musa Belete. The guy is a very affable guy. Musa, he's a likable person. You know Musa, that man. But I just think Musa doesn't have a viable political chance of being president. But you can't put Musa Belete game down. No way.
Why?
You can't.
Why you think so? Why do you think he doesn't have a viable political chance? Why?
First of all, I mean, when was the last time you heard somebody from a new party and became president in the very next election cycle? Come on, the odds are stacked up against him. You know, that's not gonna happen. You know, but Musa Belete will have a seat at the table, and it's good. I encourage people like Musa Belete to be involved in the party politics of the country, forming political parties. You know, but as far as winning,
these three parties right now, these three bigger parties right now that we know about. You got United Party, CDC.
Which party? What? Stand up. My man, stop that thing. Musa Belete and the three big parties. Based on what? Statistics.
No, I'm trying to give us. I want you to line them up for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unity Party is in the driver's seat right now. CDC is the next major opposition political party. Who you get that number 3 slot to?
My man, I don't really think nobody to give it to. Number 3 side, it will be a distant third. I would put Tiawon Gonglo. Maybe.
Why? Tiawon Gonglo ain't say he running. Tiawon Gonglo VP.
The man said I broom. He said running. Have you seen him put the broom down?
Anybody can get broom. Come on. Tiawon Gonglo, you think Tiawon Gonglo would do better than Musa or Mr. Cummings?
In terms of votes, I absolutely think so. I think, let me tell you what works against Mr. Cummings. And this is my view, and I may be wrong. Alex Cummings underperformed because people were zeroing in on Weah and Boakai. They didn't want to waste their votes. The people, and Stanton, we preached that message for so long. You, myself, we told the people only Joe Boakai could take down George Weah. That's what we preached, Stanton. And so the people didn't want to waste their votes. So it was a surgical takedown. Voting for Cummings and voting for other people, it was going to increase Weah's chances. So the people didn't want to waste their votes. Because you know what, Stanton? The issues bar in 2023 will not be the same issues in 2029. We felt, at least before I joined him, which was a cataclysmic mistake, that George Weah needed to go. He was destroying the country. We felt George Weah was an existential threat to the very fabric of our democracy. So the issues were superimposed. They were very pronounced. They were very serious. So people didn't want to. The reason why so many of my people got so angry with me because I left is because they felt you were the guy who preached to us that the guy was so bad for the country. Then you turn around and tell us we're going to support him. And they were right to get mad at me, Stanton. So that's why the votes were very minimally divided. The people focused on Weah. Those who wanted Weah voted for Weah to keep him there. Those who wanted Weah out voted for Boakai to remove Weah. So they used Boakai as an instrument to get rid of Weah. But 2029 election will be different. Because Joe Boakai has managed to stabilize the country. The country has gone through CPR is finished. We're seeing restoration, a lot of things. We're sitting on the Security Council. Our international image has been repaired. The Americans are promising to restore 3-year visa regimes, and they're doing this and doing that. So Stanton, the country has been stabilized. So the issue will not be as desperate. The issues will not be as serious and critical as they were in 2023. So because of that, you will have people voting for other people. People will vote for other people because now they feel like, you know what, times are different.
Let's talk about that 3 years visa thing. We'll come back to this common issue. Just to add that those Liberians that were at risk of being deported because of TPS status is expiring in DEA, you know that. And the information I'm getting is that no. Because of the relationship Cyril Beslow, Yanti, and President Barker have built, those people probably going to be safe. What say you?
Look, I absolutely agree. Stanton, the last Minister of Foreign Affairs we have could not go to America. He was running away because he had issue with, he had the NYPD, New York Police Department, wanted to bring him in for questioning on allegation of sexual assault. Fast forward 2 years later, we have a foreign minister who can sit with Marco Rubio, one of the most powerful men in the Trump administration, who holds several positions: Secretary of State, Chief Administrator of USAID, National Security Advisor. And Sarah Beslow can sit down with him and extract a commitment to restore a long past visa regime, and also to secure the commitment for investment in the country and a lot of other things. So I think it's largely because of who's in the executive mansion and who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So that's why the Americans would be more amenable to us now and would grant. Look, Stanton, we have 53 countries or so in Africa, and Trump invited 6 African leaders, and our president was one of them. Our president was one of them. In the grand scheme of things, all the countries that were invited, their economies are much larger than ours and all of that, but our strategic importance. We're sitting on the Security Council. We won by a significant margin, huge number of votes. These are all critical things. And you saw how Trump, he praises on Joe Barker, how he speaks well, how he thought the man spoke, you know? But
depends on what son got. But it's good because a lot of Liberians now, they're employing the effort of Cyril Beslow Yanti. They're also employing the effort directly from Joseph Walker when I was looking through my messages.
Let me ask you a question. The Trump administration has been deporting lots of people, TPS people, Haitians, people from all over the place. Have you seen Liberians?
Listen, let me say this to you. When I received this morning, right? Because I go through my phone and get with my sources. This was one of the key things. I know the government don't want me to disclose this, but this was one of the key things to say TPS holder, former DEA folks, how you call that status, you know that, they will not be deported because of the expiration of the status, Costa. And if this is true from our sources, which I think it is, why the government, why are they not running with this one, Costa? Because this is huge. We got a lot of Liberians in this country. We'll be going back home because of the expiration of the status.
Well, I just want to say this to you. That's where the people who are responsible for disseminating information, they need to step up their game, Stanton, because there are lots of good things. You know, when I watched Sarah Beslow's interview, Stanton, I mean, she did a press conference the other day, and I saw 20 views, 30 views. Henry Costa and Stanton are having a chat. Just on Facebook, I see 8,000 people watching live. And I don't mean to, be petty, but I'm just saying the substance of the things that she was saying, the importance of the things she was saying. But not a lot of people want to watch government people when they speak, Stanton. Even those who support the government, they don't go watching it. But if Henry Costa wanted to do a podcast, I'll get 80,000, 90,000 people watching in no time. 105,000 people have seen the podcast I did a few days ago. Stanton does the program, thousands of them watching. But the government needs to find other creative ways to disseminate the information to the people. But this
is killing Joseph Walker. The momentum is slow. To tell you the truth,
because there are people there who can really tell the people, listen. That's the issue, Stanton. That is true. You got to get people who, when they talk to people, will listen.
Let me go back to this because they want me to ask you though. Guys, we got 30 more minutes with Henry Pedro Costa. We'll do the post analysis. Once he comes, the guys coming on, we get Russell coming on, about Gibson, Jerry, Abula Mame. Everybody gonna come to do post analysis in exact 26 minutes once we are done. Costa, the same, but you are holding Mr. Cummings saying he didn't share the wealth. He's not building, he's not creating job. Madam Sally didn't. Their argument. Joseph Boakai didn't. George Weah didn't. Why are you holding Mr. Cummings to this status?
To what status, Brandon?
Why you telling him that he didn't create any job, but he wanted to be president when the other people didn't?
Well, because Joe Boakai didn't spend 30 years of his life working in corporate America and made $150 million. No, Joe Boakai has been here. He's paid his dues. He started working for this country from a lowly position as manager at LPMC in Lofa, worked his way up, became managing director at LPMC, then became LPRC, but he worked his way up serving this country. So his antecedents, professional antecedents, are replete with service to country and humble, respectable service. That is something Ellis Cummings does not have, you know? So you can't compare them. Joe Boakai has a record. People can look back to. They can reference. Oh, I worked with him when you were LPMC. Oh, I worked with him when you were LPRC. Oh, I worked with him when he was here. Nobody can say they work with Cummings anywhere. So the only thing Cummings has going for him is a massive personal fortune. Hats off to him. I mean, put that money in and try to build some of that capital, political capital from doing that. So you can't compare him and Joe Boakai. Joe Boakai had served this country long before he became president, you know? So they're all different people.
Wow.
Even George Weah served his country. You may not like George Weah, but George Weah served this country. He raised the flag, made people proud. You know, but Ellis Cummings, who he made proud when you were at Coca-Cola? He made me proud. I mean, as a country, we were not. We didn't even know about him. I got to hear Ellis Cummings' name in 2016 when he retired from Coca-Cola and decided to come be president. So the only time you remember that you come from a country is when you retire from your posh job where you made millions of dollars, which you didn't share with us. I mean, come on. Cummings needs to take stock of himself and his chances. They just do not exist. It's not going to happen. It's delusional. It borders on delusion of grandeur.
Wow. No, we're going to quote that to Richardson to help us with that. Delusion of grandeur. But again, we want to say to you, you see Henry Costa telling all, we promise he will. Listen, we got about another 22 minutes to go. We want to just encourage you. Continue to share the show. Let's make progress. If you want to go back to this program, you can follow us on the Spoon Talk. It's on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram. This will be here for the week. Costa is calling for the removal of Aswatwa, Bushman Keita, Mamaka Berete. These three people must go. Costa is calling for massive reform and the work of CDC coming back. You heard what he said. Also, Mr. Cummings, chances of winning 2029. Musa Berete, of course, is in the picture. Costa, HPX. Let's hear you. What's the thing about HPX? What's paining you when we talk about HPX and that of Asalamita?
Senator, HPX does not operate in Liberia. Mining. That's what they do. They do mining. HPX has a portion. They have a plot, or if I can call it that, a portion of the Simandu project in Guinea, the world's largest iron ore project, live iron ore project. And HPX wants to have access to our rail to transship iron ore from Simandu because Simandu is close to the Liberian border. Makes sense and all. 2021, the government of Guinea, under Alpha Condé at the time, who was top of Dumbuya, entered an agreement called the Implementation Agreement to allow 5 million metric tons of iron ore to be transshipped through Liberia. Then Condé gets deposed by Dumbuya. Dumbuya comes in. Dumbuya completes the $18.2 billion, 650 kilometer of rail, one of the most ambitious and large infrastructure projects on the continent. The rail is fully operational now. Just last week, Rio Tinto, one of the companies operating it, the Australian mining behemoth, transported the first consignment of iron ore from Simandu to Conakry, to the port. Stanton, from what I've gathered, the Guinean government under Doumbouya is not inclined to honor the 2021 agreement to allow some of the iron ore be transshipped through Liberia. Here is why, Stanton, and it makes sense. You're a businessman, you would understand it. They would be losing revenue that they badly need to service that $18.2 billion they took in loans to build their railroad. The government wrote them a letter, October 29th, 2024, from the NIC executive director to the Guinea ambassador, Ambassador Abu Bakar. That letter has gone unanswered. Now we are rushing to ratify the HPS deal because we want investment, yes, but those whose job it is to conduct due diligence with the Guineans to find out whether this Guinean administration is amenable, is obliged to honoring the 2021 agreement, would agree for the iron ore to be transshipped through Liberia. We have not done that. I am calling on the president to hold off until we speak to the Guineans and ascertain from them as to whether they intend to honor the 2021 agreement before we go ahead and ratify the HPS agreement. That is all I'm saying, Stanton.
So you are not calling for the cancellation, though?
Absolutely not. I'm not. We want investment. Are you kidding? But you don't want to hastily go and ratify something when you do not know whether the Guineans intend to honor that agreement of 2021. That's all my point I'm making.
Have the government spoken to HPS?
The government, HPS are talking, Stanton. I mean, of course, it's the given.
HPS will tell the government whether the Guinean government agree for them to.
No, we don't want that. We want G to G, government to government, bilateral engagement. Let the government of Liberia contact the government of Guinea and ask them whether, they intend to honor the HPS, the 2021 agreement, implementation agreement. That's all. Not HPS. HPS should not be the one giving us assurances on behalf of the government of Guinea. Let the sisterly nation of Guinea give us assurances directly.
It should be on the floor by Wednesday. It should be with the Senate by Wednesday, Costa, if the HPX whole thing. Don't you think the lawmaker will investigate and they will contribute to this as well? Because this whole deal would be sent to the lawmakers by Wednesday.
Well, the deal has been submitted. The president submitted it on the 15th of October. On the 23rd, last Thursday, the deal it was read on the floor. It's been sent to a committee room for deliberation. For what the committee does, and then they're going to bring it back with their report and their recommendations.
So that's what I'm saying. So it will be in the committee room. They're going to come up with the decision. What say you? Listen, the president is fine with this deal because the only condition in which you could meet Donald Trump at the time, Costa, was to approve this deal prior to departing the country.
I found out that was a lie. People from HPS lied to the president, the president's handlers. It was they who facilitated the meeting. It's disrespectful. They lied, Stanton. HPS had absolutely nothing.
The president signed the deal prior to leaving the country.
Yeah, because they lied to the president. There were people who lied to the president, and they found out later on it was a lie. Look, Stanton, it's like I went somewhere and I heard somebody say, my man, I'm going to get Stanton a bottle of water. Then the person runs to you, Stanton, my man, you know what? I just talked to Costa to give you the bottle of water. You see that? HPS had heard that President Trump wanted to invite President Boakai because of several reasons. One of which primarily was that Liberia had just gotten elected on the Security Council. And so the reason Liberia was invited was strategically because of that reason. Liberia had just gotten invited, has just won that Security Council seat. HPS came to our people and made it look like they were the ones who pulled it off, who made it happen. It was not they who did it. They didn't do it. They had nothing to do with that meeting. That meeting happened because we won the Security Council seat.
Costa, I had a long argument with one of them. I agree with you, but the fact remains is that
there you go.
But if you're saying these people lied to our own president,
business people, that's what they do. They manipulate, they contort, they contrive.
It doesn't look good for Uncle Joe, yeah? They lied to Uncle Joe, also 12, on the turning position, Bushman Keita. They lied to Uncle Joe. We ain't got nobody from the past government or current government that have been accused of corruption in prison. They lied to Uncle Joe and he signed the HPX deal, which is very, very massive. It's troubling. I mean, you are saying the people lying to JMB on the yellow machine issue, but yet and still you want us to believe that JMB is accepting all these lies. Knowingly or unknowingly, Costa. Then how can we place JMB? I mean, look, I mean, like 4 or 5 different issues that his government officials are lying to him, advisors to the president lying to him.
Meeting with President Trump, on the meeting with President Trump, it was his government did not lie to him. There were people who lied to them. HPS people lied to them. They were deceived themselves. They were deceived themselves. Look, my head can say nobody mouth. And you don't know that.
Go ahead.
HPS lied. They heard President Boakai was one of 6 African leaders to meet with President Trump at the U.S.-Africa Summit. They hurriedly ran and made it look like they were the ones who had put it together. President Boakai knew, he got to know later on, that it had nothing to do with HPS. Being the president, being the professional that he is, he still proceeded to submit to submit their thing to the legislature. The concession agreement. But they didn't put our meeting together, Stanton.
Because you know how this, you know the position you're putting the president in here?
What position?
Yes,
I don't speak for the government, I'm speaking for me.
But hey, listen, I'm saying to you, you're speaking for Costa. I understand that. That's what you've been doing. But understand here, also Bushman Keita lied to the president about turning position, lied to the president, and today nobody about corruption in jail. He said keeping them. Mamaka Berete and the other folks lied on yellow machine. It took the Vice President Jeremiah Crancoon to restore order and bring this thing under $21.6 million. He's still keeping those people. We are talking about the NOFA project. People running away from it. And everybody lying, they don't even know the whole story. The president said keep it down. If you are telling the Liberian people tonight that SPX deal, those people came and they lied to the government official and they took those lies to the president, I don't think they are competent enough to serve in this government. And that's my point I'm making. Because what that makes the president is like everybody lying to him. And who's there to help this president?
Stand on. I think that particular line was a harmless line. Look, I like to be fair. HPS came and told this thing that we've made it happen for the president to meet Trump. And the people conveyed it to the president. Sometimes people can be lied to. They can be lied to, and they too will go and convey that lie. So that's a harmless lie. I'm not gonna beat up on them for.
We got two harmless lies from Costa. One is the project in Lofa, and this one is a harmless lie. But
I didn't say project in Lofa a harmless lie. I said the people who are talking all the nonsense they're talking about it, they need to get their act together and get a coherent message and tell the Liberian people exactly who's fun.
You do not think it warrant any suspension or presidential punishment? That's what
I don't think. For your project, look, nobody. I don't have any fact as to whether somebody stole money. I just think the handling of it, the messaging around it is what is. It's a poor taste. It reeks of unprofessionalism. Have a coherent message around it. Tell the Liberian people about the project and leave no room for speculations. That is my point.
I hope you are enjoying the show, guys. We got 12 more minutes to spend with Henry Pedro Costa. We'll bring the rest of the guys in, and then we'll dig deeper. Costa, let's talk about the drugs issue in the country. Something that's so dear to your heart. You have friends, you have people out there that involved in this thing. But under this administration, we got 4 different turnover. From the A.B. Kroma to the Christopher Peters to that of SWAT, and now we have this group. What's going on with that?
And that is commendable. On one hand, we say when people make blunders, the president to take action or to remove them. Then when he does it with DEA, then we want to complain. What the president has done, he has refused to accept mediocre performance, at the LDA, because this is something that's close to his heart. He knows how very destructive the drug scourge in this country is. It's destroying the young people. So, and I can say to you, Stanton, the current LDEA, they're doing a good job. Stanton, we've seen drug busts increase. And you know what they've also been doing, Stanton? They've been very effective in communicating what they've been doing to the public. You know, we've seen a lot of people been napped. And I see Omar there go buy ray oil in the 5-gallon container. They put the drug inside the oil gallon. We've seen all kinds of things. So, and then we saw 15 brand new vehicles given to LDEA to beef up their logistical capacity to enhance their performance. And I think that to me is a best testament to the president's commitment to fighting the drug scourge. So, I think more needs to be done. I think more restructuring needs to be done at LDEA. I think the salaries at LDEA need to also be improved, Santa. But again, the government can only do what the revenue envelope allows the government to do.
Costa, let's talk about you're saying, well, it's commendable for all these changes at LDEA. Let's talk about the Lofa College, the Lofa Community College. I'm going to put a picture up. We had this picture for a while now. This young man, relative to President Mbaka, LDCC indicted him and also indicted this reverend, this bishop. We ran with this story, Costa, but the president is still keeping him there. The second part to this is the Bapuru County Superintendent. Also, they indicted them. They are going through the court proceeding, but the president is still keeping them. Is that the fight you expect from President Mbaka?
The Lofa Community College, is there? I'm sorry, I was a little distracted there. Is there a problem there at the Lofa Community College?
Lofa Community College, this is the president for the University of College in Lofa. LDCC have reason, and they indicted him on corruption. A lot of money went out of the college. The board chairman, this is Reverend, this is the bishop, they stole the money as per the code breaker. The complaint went to the president. I can tell you, based on our investigation, the president is saying he will wait after the entire court process to remove them. What say you? I mean, are we cherry picking now? I thought we have the integrity institution. When they come up with the findings, the president should act.
I'm unfamiliar with the facts as you've presented them, but again, I'd like to say this. There are instant cases where some caution needs to be exercised, because we've had situations where a lot of these institutions which have boards, the boards do not get along with the executives or the heads of these institutions. And so, sometimes you have to exercise some caution and get all the facts. But here's what I'll say.
Do you know him, Costa? Do you know this guy?
No, I do not. I do not think I know him. What is his name?
You don't know him?
No, I don't think I know him. Stanton, what is his name? If I know him, I will tell him. I will tell you.
Sure, I'm going to give you a name right now. Hold on 1 minute. I want to play something for you.
Tell me his name.
Yeah, maybe if you hear his name, then it will remind you. Hold on 1 minute. Let me put this down. I want to put something up for you, Costa. But go ahead, make your point.
Yes, right. As I was saying, sometimes you have to gather all the facts before action is taken. Look at the MCSS thing, right? That Momo guy was there. Yeah. I was very disappointed. But when the facts came out, they were out there for a while, and people thought the president would not take action because the president knows the guy personally and all of that. The president did take action. Let's go to, there's so many cases where the president takes action after all the facts have been presented. Sometimes it doesn't happen as quickly as people want him to take action. But again, he is the president. The buck stops with him, and he is a man who likes to exercise judicious caution before he finally acts.
That is Dr. Isaac Podat, Podah, Isaac Podat.
No, I don't think I know that fella.
Okay.
I don't think I know him.
All right. What about the bishop? The Reverend Victor Patmo.
I don't think I know him either, Santa.
Okay. All right. So I just sent you the check because I had it up. Apparently, somebody took it down. I just sent you the check.
I feel once all the facts are presented, the president will take action. I
do believe that. I seriously, I sincerely, openly believe that President Mbaka will take action. But when people say, the president saying he cannot, like in the case of Zina, Sam Zina, the superintendent in Bapolu, I believe the president should and the president must take action.
So let me tell you the case about Sam Zina in Bapolo County. That investigation, 4 pieces of equipment were purchased under the previous CDC administration. The contractor was paid 100% upfront. He brought substandard equipment. Sam Zina, the only thing he did when the equipment came, he facilitated the clearing of the equipment from the port. The LSCC, I don't know how they did that investigation. They're saying that Sam Zina is the one that superintendent brought in the machines. Can you imagine, Stanton? How can Sam Zina bring in equipment when he was not even superintendent? All Sam Zina did was to go and clear the machine. So the LCC is saying that the equipment are substandard and that they don't meet the specifications that were outlined in the contract.
That's not what Botokana is saying, though. You think Botokana
has an issue? Let me tell you something. I operate in Bapolo County. I don't want to get in there thing, but Botokana thinks that she got to be Sam Zina won't run for senator. When the president went to dedicate, let me tell you, I know what I'm saying. When the president went to dedicate the water field and the water system that LWSC has done,
the water system, yeah.
Botokana got up to speak. The president is sitting there. Mr. President, they are superintendent, you saying here, we don't want him. The play broke out in uproar. Who and you made who we don't want him? The people were pissed. She embarrassed the president. She has been writing the president repeatedly asking him to remove Sam Zina. The caucus is now with her on the Sam Zina thing. So, I don't know how she managed. She got LSCC to investigate forever, and then they're charging Sam Zina with bringing in bad equipment. How can Sam Zina bring in equipment when Sam Zina was not superintendent? All Sam Zina did when the equipment came, the contractor abandoned the 4 pieces of equipment at the port.
Well, why the LCC indicted him? Because that's why.
But, Stanton, it is beyond me. How can you indict me for a crime that I was not even there when the contract was awarded and all the documents were presented?
I have the documents. I have the documents.
You have the documents. When was the contract awarded to bring in the machines, Stanton?
It's true that Sam Zina, I spoke to him. I asked him to come on the show. He said my lawyer said I should stay away for a while. And
because the case is in court. Yes, answer that question. When was the contract awarded? Was it during his tenure or during the CDC time?
The CDC time.
Exactly. So how can you hold him for equipment that he didn't award the contract for when he was not there? That's the point.
So my issue here, Costa, right? Guys, we got 3 more minutes with Costa.
What kind of influence that indictment?
Influence. Okay,
he did it. Yes. She's been trying to remove Sam Zina forever. She has failed to convince the president. Again, this is why I tell you this president here, they made her some kind of man. Because she's senator, she thinks she can influence the president to fire the superintendent because she thinks the man will be a threat to her politically.
LCC though. If she's a voter can influence.
My man, Senator, you think the higher investigation in the country can be correct? That was something the president got to exercise caution. Because, Senator, you saw the indictment. The indictment is saying that Sam Zina is the one that brought in defective equipment.
And that was wrong. And that was wrong. Okay, but then why did I say it was Alexander Zoe, the chairperson, and the rest of the commission?
Look, just because you sit on your high horse as LSCC boss doesn't mean you people can try to destroy people's lives. How can you accuse Sam Zina of bringing defective equipment when he was not even superintendent when the equipment when the contract was awarded? It's sad, Stanton. These are the people we are depending on to hold people to account.
Are you concerned about the CDC appointments? Alexander Zoe and the rest of them. If what you are saying is unique, then we are in trouble with the LDCC.
We are in trouble, Stanton, because if you are indicting Sam Zina for bringing in equipment that he was not there for, the timeline is just clear. Sam Zina was not there. LCC is not running after real corruption. They are being paid by people who have political vendetta with certain people.
This is a huge allegation on them.
But when you got a record right there with one of them, and you asking me, Stanton, and you got a record right there, how can you indict Sam Zina for bringing in bad equipment when he was not superintendent? And you right there, and you saw the indictment. It's scary. It's very scary. So now, if the president had rushed to suspend Sam Zina, would it be fair to him? How can you say somebody brought something in 2021, took over in 2024, 3 years later, then you hold me for what the person brought in 2021, 3 years before I took the job? Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense.
I want us to end on this. Listen, I think we'll do another round next month or so, because what you just said about LCC, people are getting concerned because a lot of this complaint coming up, they're cherry picking about the investigation or the indictment. And like we are seeing in our case, I hope, and I can only hope, that I don't know, we'll discuss this really quickly before you do your closing concert. It's so good having you every time, and you're always welcome. And we say we appreciate everything you said today. If we're missing anything, we spoke about HPX. I'm trying to go over my notes. Who you think should be behind bar right now from the past government about corruption, and they are not? The last question. We went on this. It was a ticket. It was the message, Costa, that gave Joseph Yuma Boakai that victory. On the one, we'll persecute. Everybody outside, children laughing. Who do you think, if JMB had the right people in place, should be beyond bar today?
The primary culprits, and then the people who stole the most money. Why is the Samuel Tuay case still lingering in court all this while? So many other cases are yet to be brought to court when we have other reports that speak to, look, the WEA government, you saw the audit. The WEA government in 1 year, election year 2023, they diverted and misappropriated $90 million. They audited the consolidated fund. These guys moved $90 million in election year. Stanton, you saw the report. You saw it. And what did they say? Special security operations in 1 year. Stanton, nobody has gone to jail for it. And then we should sit down here and be cool with Oswald Tuay and with Hanan and with Councilor Zoe, the cherry picking and going after innocent men like Sam Zina, who was nowhere around when Yellow Mission contract was awarded. So the real culprits are not being brought up. That is why I'm hard on Oswald Tuay, because LACC does not have the credibility to do the job, because they were picked or put there by WEA. So Oswald Tuay now needs to step up, who was put there by Joe Boakai, to do the job LACC is not prepared to do. That is my issue. And it was a major campaign issue, Stanton. We made that an issue for years. We have
Of course, my last question, make this to be the last question, please. We are talking about those people, and the Samuel Tuay, the George Brown, they all, we said Blambo, who now have their own political party that he announced yesterday. The Nathaniel Follow Miguel. They all put this on the NSA and say you cannot audit the NSA. But who was the NSA director then? Our president, our JMB, make this man to be who? Passport director today. I mean,
NSA director was just sitting down there, the man of funnel. You know what the funnel is? They were just passing the money through there.
So
what could he do?
So
what could he do? Could he say no?
It's an endorsement. We kept him. We kept Dwayne Gray, who is now on the way to Togo. We kept all those people. It proved that Costa was lying on them. Stanton was lying on them. People that campaign were lying on them. And I don't know who advised the president then to bring these people back in government, Costa.
Well, Stanton, I don't know. Some of them dead, some of them living. They are responsible. That's all I can say. I mean, I see you, man.
Costa, thank you very much for stopping by. We're always glad to have you.
Thank you. I had a wonderful time. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. We want to say thanks to all of you. Thanks to Costa for stopping by. Diamond, we want to say to all of our many fans and audience out there, we hope you went home with something today. Wait for the post-analysis. We have in the global chair, Dr. Emmanuel George. We are having Gibson Jeru. We are having Winfred Russell, Kanyo Barbara, Kev Hassan. Everybody is coming on. We're going to share this thing. It's been a really, really good show. I'm seeing your comment. I really do appreciate you for stopping by to talk to Costa today. To me, it's been man said enough today. Man said enough. I'm going to again reshare the link, and we hope that you will be able to join us. And then we'll open the phone line to listen to all of you. You heard what Costa said. Diamond, are you with us? Again, we will open the phone line. Diamond, I know I saw your message, Diamond. Let me bring in Dr. Emmanuel George from CNC. I know ANC, Emmanuel George. It's good to have you, Emmanuel George. You from ANC. Again, congratulations. You won. You won bigly. You are the global chair again. I want to say thank you. It's been a wonderful show, folks. To all of you out there, want to say thank you. We're going to do post analysis. Post analysis will be but 1 hour. We want these guys to jump into what Costa said. People took notes. Our chat room going crazy, right? Our chat room, people are moving crazy, Emmanuel George. I don't know, when he appears, something happened, and Costa said a lot today. Welcome to the post analysis, Dr. Emmanuel George.
Thank you so much, Stanton, and thank you for congratulating me. Thanks to everyone who came out this weekend massively to the ANC convention in Atlanta, Georgia. It was a great and wonderful weekend that reestablished Mr. Alexander Cummings as a vibrant political leader. Yeah, I listened to Mr. Costa. He said a lot. I'm ready for us to have that conversation as we look at it from issues to issues. Again, Mr. Costa have been a voice in our Liberian community for a while, especially in Liberia, running his radio stations, being on the Costa show. He has impacted Liberians both positively and negatively. So it's good to hear from him and listen to the message he had. I fully appreciate the fact that he understands very clearly that Mr. Alexander Cummings is a wonderful, great man. He understands very clearly that Mr. Alexander Cummings knows how to build wealth. He has a great and clear understanding of Mr. Alexander Cummings being a better leader in Liberia than what we have right now. So I'm glad that Mr. Costa appreciates that. He understands that. And as we go into the conversation, we'll also help to enlighten Mr. Costa on other issues that he was lamenting about a few months ago under the WEA government, when he said that he cannot expose his investment in Liberia because the government will go after that investment. When he felt
well, that hold you there. Let's welcome everybody else. Dr. George, it's good to have you. Gibson, thank you for joining. 12212, thank you. My brother Winfred Russell, the rest of the team will be joining us for 2 hours. 2 hours 22 minutes. For 2 hours 22 minutes. Costa said a lot today that you'll never heard him speaking, because you know why? It was only the Costa podcast, but we were here now. We asked him questions, and I hope a lot of folks took away something today from Costa. Whether he spoke the truth, whether he lied, whether he just made Costa, but something came out of him today, which was so powerful. According for the president to fire some individuals, saying he will not work in government. He have no desire to work in this government, even if offered. Gibson, let's hear you. You follow the show. Just give us a quick overview, then we'll get into it.
Oh, God have mercy. Look, first of all, as a journalist, looking at what Costa said today, I think 70% of his interview today were honest. 30% were not honest. And I think he made President Boakai a fool today. I think you tried to bring him on to blame President Boakai for not taking critical decisions that play on his reputation in his government. But he still didn't see it. And he still blamed others as being responsible for these lapses. That includes the $10 million or whatever amount. He berated it to $5 million or so, to the $10 million villas in Foya. He also tend to berate President Boakai involvement and leadership and oversight and intuition into the purchase of additional vehicles, and blame it on Buchi Ben Keita, who is dead now, when President Boakai could have said, no, I don't need it, and I don't need it. He also tend to excuse President Boakai of pivotal managerial decisions that hinge on the very fabric of President Boakai's confession that he has spent 42 years as a government, and he understands, which includes serving as a vice president. And so he knows what to do. And Costa came here today and berated. I think the 30% of dishonesty was merely on his making President Boakai a fool. If I'm President Boakai today, I'll be angry with Costa. The rest of the thing he said, I was watching to see whether he's a liar. No, he was not a liar. He was very, very honest with some of the things he said. Oh, I wanted a job, but I reconsidered. No, he wanted a job. He has not reconsidered. If they call him just not getting the job, he would take it. That one.
I gave others a chance. We'll get into it. And then welcome Winfrey. Yes. Thank you, Gibson. Winfrey, it's good to see you, my friend.
Yes, happy Sunday to everyone. Of course, it's great seeing you all. Great being here on the platform. I listened to the interview. I thought it was a great interview. Went very well. Full disclosure, Costa is a good friend of mine, and I respect him very well. I respect his views. I do disagree with some of the assertions that he made, and but I think he spoke his truth, and there were a lot of things that he talked about. I didn't. It's not about true or lie, type issue for me. As far as the conversation went, it's just that I will certainly would take a different position than what he took on some of the issues and some of the questions that he was asked. But I think that he was typical Costa fashion. I thought he was brilliant. He has a very sharp analytical mind, and he showed that. But I do disagree with a number of things that he said, and we will go through those things as we move along. So, but that my immediate impression was that it was a great interview, a great conversation. Costa has a lot to offer, and he shared it here tonight. And so we all know that. And so just looking forward to this post interview conversation.
Thank you very much.
Let me make a correction. Buju Keita is not dead. It's a mistake. I'm not talking about Buju Keita, and I would rather. I'm talking about.
You talk about Grace Bay.
Yeah, I know you. I know you know what I'm talking about. It was Grace Bay I meant. Yeah.
Thank you. What wanted you want to let's hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Great. First, I want to appreciate you. You handled the interview excellently in terms of asking tough questions. I was drawn towards the contradiction at the beginning where you call him out specifically on an issue. He lamented on the fact that President we are built on a 47 condom. It's like a normal phrase. But then through the interview, he shifted blame by saying that President Boakai cannot be accountable for the 10 million project that is being alleged to be built in Lofa County. In fact, he went far on by saying President Boakai is not from Foya, he's from a different town. And in fact, the justification in that limelight is the fact that the property is not being built in that town. So President Boakai cannot be held liable. So it was a very interesting aspect. And I admire the fact that you called that contradiction out. But what is very interesting today is Costa has exposed something that we knew for a very long time, that President Boakai is not in control of the state. And this is very interesting, Stanton, and I do believe you captured that, but you are being very fair enough to not lay it out. Costa primarily said that President Boakai is not in charge of the justice system. In fact, he called out his advisor, the special advisor to the president on not prosecuting cases in Liberia. He called out the Minister of Justice. In fact, he said he's a failure. The other aspect is that President Boakai is not even making decisions. he said that the letter written to the legislature was written by Mamaka Berekid. A letter the president signed, consented on, took to the legislature to explain specifically on the yellow machine was written by Mamaka Berekid. So there are a lot of things being exposed today. And it's very concerning. If the president is not in control of the state, is not making decisions, then who obviously making decision? And the last thing I will have, and I know we'll talk more, the last thing I will highlight here that is very important is that there's a lot of deception here. This is an individual who made an entire podcast, spoke about the health care of President Bouakai, and then he returned on and said that the Vice President Kun was involved in human part selling. And he is here today transitioning all of that to say the party made decision. That's the reason why he independently made a decision or made the political pathway that he took. So there's a lot of things to unpack here today, and I'm very excited to see.
Let's do this for well. Let's just an overview. We'll come to the juice of this. Kev Hassan, thank you for coming. Asido, Kev, let's hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, I think it was fascinating interview. Some of us that were with Costa doing his transition to CDC at the 11th hour, we know the truth. But what I sense here, I sense the division in the Unity Party. There's a two-wing within the Unity Party. I saw a man that I know well, Costa. What I saw Jeremiah Kun all over him. I saw that Jeremiah Kun sent Costa to split the Unity Party. Why I say that? He went after the mansion, Mama Kabirti, Steve Stikwa, everybody in the mansion, in the top area in the mansion, he went against them. Then he turned around, went against the justice minister. Then he attacked Dillon. He attacked Yombly. So you can see that Jeremiah Kun is on a mission. A couple of months ago, during the speakership, Costa attacked Jeremiah Kun and Thomas Fala viciously. Well, after a couple of weeks ago, he met Jeremiah Kun. And what we are seeing here is and if you listen to everything that he said, this is Jeremiah Kun is on a mission. And I'm telling you, Emmanuel, Jerome, Russell, you guys that pay attention, you're going to hear the Jeremiah Kun. That was Jeremiah Kun speaking. That was not Costa speaking. That was Jeremiah Kun speaking. Listen to it. Think twice. That's Jeremiah Kun. He ready to split the entire Unity Party and put people aside and move in. That's Jeremiah Kun.
Thank you, Kev. I said, let's hear you.
Starter, Henry Costa offered himself to be making Monday reports on behalf of the government. Henry Costa offered himself to be the person to be making reports on the entire government's performance to the president. It only tells you how bad the government is. I want you to think about this. The entire Liberian government, according to Costa, he will be making money report to the president. Hey man, I'm not going to talk about that Costa confused thing he talked about. Oh, I want a job, or I consider the job. Later on, I want a job again. Then I say, okay, let me think about it. That confused thing, I'm not here for it. But what I'm interested in is to hear Costa telling us how he is offering himself to be the one that will make big government report and said, how bad is the government? Hey, let's be fair. This is the brother who had never made a single report on any individual on the planet in his life. He's never sat on chair to take performance report. You know what I mean? He don't know what you can look at. He don't know how you can calculate what. He don't know where you can go at. But there's the man saying, you know what, the whole big government, JBL government will make report. It tells the government so bad. I couldn't believe when he said that. If Costa is within the government, if he talks to the president, if he sees people, but then comes to a conclusion that he should offer himself to be the one making report, to be sent to the president, it only tells me that the government is bad. I want all of us to take a chill pill and reflect on that. Right now, I don't know if I'm capable of being a CEO for a Fortune 500 company. I think I still get a little ways to go. But when you have Brother Costa, who've never written a performance report on a single individual, offering himself to be the one doing it for the whole government, then you know that government is bad. Again, I will repeat, I am not interested in discussing Costa's confused talk. Oh, Joey, I want him wrong, but then I went to him to make him to wrong. Oh, Joey, I can win, but I wanted to make him win. All that confused me. I don't even know what you're talking about. But when you come to a point where a person in Costa's level can discuss offering his own self, his ability to control an entire government, we should be a concern. I think we should be concerned. Emmanuel George, I don't want to believe you will have a company. It come to a little boy.
Isaac, we get into it.
Who have never in a chair.
We get into it, Isaac.
Responsible for your company's report. It only tells
you,
that your company faces challenge.
Thank you, Isaac. We want to welcome all of you again. Thank you for hanging with us. Thank you for being part of the show. You listen to Henry Pedro Costa. Now let's do the takeaway. We discussed a lot, right? The good, the bad, the ugly. But Costa remained Costa. He spoke truth to power. Like, I'm surprised for Gibson to give Costa 70% of passing grade. That's huge from Gibson, right? But imagine Costa opening up and calling names. What's your takeaway? Just give me 2 points that you took away from this, and we'll come back again if you have more. Emmanuel, let's start with you. What's your 2-point takeaway?
Well, my 2 points takeaway is that Costa is very clear that this government is bad for the Liberian people. He's very clear that individuals in the Liberian government, including the legal advisor to the president, should be fired. He's very clear that Mamaka Benete was fraudulently attempting to steal over $20 million from the Liberian people, and she should be fired. He was very clear about the 10 million and saying that the minister of state designate lied on an oath. He was very clear about how dangerous the government is, and I appreciate that from Mr. Costa being clear. But I think what his struggle was, that's my first point of it. The second point was struggling to defend the undefensible, struggling to, on the one hand, while he listed a lot of negative of the government, he's not trying to hold the president accountable. That's the point I got from that. And finally, he talks. The final point is that how the glowing tribute he gave to Mr. Alexander B. Cummings, a very wonderful glowing tribute about his excellence in doing a lot of things around the world and how he can change that excellence in Liberia. But it seems that glowing tribute, he struggled with continuously speaking to it because he wants to continue to be in the good graces of the Liberian government. He don't want the wealth that he's generating from his gold mine to be taken away from him by the Liberian government. So that's where I see the contradiction. And that's what we have to have a great conversation around this evening.
Gibson,
I think you can go ahead because.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, my understay has always kept me in my own corner. if I come here today and say Costa didn't do well in his interview, I will be deceiving myself. I'm one of the biggest critics of Costa. Everybody knows from the day he came on the stage, I have criticized him all along. In fact, which is why many people thought I was with We Are at the time. But the interview today, most of what he spoke from his heart. Some of which I disagree with. The 30% failure, he showed that he was a hearted person, very, very proud, arrogant, self-seeking, narcissistic. He showed that. I mean, for Costa, even Stanton tried to remind him that you say he can snap his finger and people just roll onto him. And it's not to say that's not the same Costa yesterday. And he said, oh yeah, I can still do that. Now I can snap my finger and people still come to my beck and call. No, that's not true. His hardiness is very, very high. He's a vaulted-faced individual, a very big flip-flopper. And when you say you are the vaulted-faced person, I do take it kindly, because these are the kind of people that lead a generation into war. You make them to believe one thing, and then all of a sudden, you change, and you expect them to change with you. This is what happened during the election. No, I don't believe him that the party made a decision and he just followed the party blindly. Not a Costa that I knew. In fact, Costa was running the party, unlike the party running him. He claimed that his father that he denied many years he was a chairman of the party and he was a leader of the party. That's not true. Costa was the party. Costa was the voice of the party. He was the determinant of the party. Costa willingly went to CDC, not as a man who lost his wife, or he still wanted his wife, and then the wife was bluffing and he had to look for somewhere to burn. No, Costa went there to punch Job, to prove himself a significant political force. That if Joseph Boakai had lost the election, he would say, I told them I'm the only person who was keeping Joseph Boakai alive. I'm the only person who was able to make Joseph Boakai win. That was why Costa went there. But when George Weah surprised the world and turned over at a 17-vote deficit, when they were still counting in Nema County, they are not even declared the final result in Nema County. And when George Weah gave it up, now he comes back and say he knew Joe Boakai was going to win. Joe Boakai nearly lost. Joe Boakai nearly lost. Listen, what he said about Cummings and George, Dr. George, to be honest with you, you can be a very, very good public relation person. Not just public relation. Now you are a chairman, you fit that position. I would turn that into a good tool if he had said up about George Weah. He tried to diminish Cummings, but at the same time trying to affirm Cummings. I would take the affirmation, and that's why you're there, and I love that. I would run with that. How can you tell us that this man is a huge success in the international community? He's a rich man, but he not make business. He not do I have to have a market, a whaler market before you know that I'm doing business? If the man is organizing people, organizing ideas, educating people, and you say the man is insignificant, well, you start a business and you want to show how to make wealth. That was very narcissistic. That was very disrespectful. But look, let me just tell you something.
Quickly, we got to bring you Russell.
What will happen to, I will just precise here that Costa, if he didn't take time, he would be the most irrelevant political figure in our history. If you don't be careful, the 30% that he flaps on my day, it will overshadow the rest of the 70%.
Let's hold you right there. Let's bring in Russell. We're going to get deeper into this. Russell, what's your 2 points takeaway? You see how over 10 points.
No, so my 2 quick points takeaway. I mean, Costa hit on and touched on a lot of salient issues, and I'm not sure we have the time to go through all of them. But I think one point is that he tried to ensure that there was no moral equivalency, and I don't think there's one. So, Costa brought that up. There's no moral equivalency between the things that was done by the previous administration, the Weah administration, and this administration. There's just no moral equivalency. But what I disagree with him on, and he pointed out a lot of ills within the government. In this country, we always say the buck stops at the doorsteps of the leader, whoever that leader is, whether it's Donald Trump, whether it's President Boyka. You have to take ownership of all of the ills that's going on in the government. You cannot continuously blame others and say, okay, you know what, all of these things are happening, they were bad. We all know they were bad. We've seen that they were bad. The country is now moving forward progressively. We're saying that. We acknowledge that. So he was speaking about a lot of the ills and a lot of the challenges that the government is enduring. But it's all these other folks' fault. It's not President Boyka's fault. So I disagree with him on that aspect. I mean, like you, and it's not because we're on this platform together. And a number of folks have pointed out our stand and they say, okay, you helped to bring this government to power. You as one of the most vociferous advocate for this government, but you still hold the government accountable. You still hold the government feet to the fire. And when there were positive issues, and you've mentioned some of them, you talked about them. And that's where I was, I was hoping that my good friend, brilliant friend, Henry Costa would have gone. And I don't think that would have compromised his relationship with President Boyka. All of us support President Boyka. I've worked with President Boyka. He knows me too personally, not as well as he probably knows you and Costa. But we still can call the things out that are not going right and holding accountable. Okay, so that was one. And the other piece about, okay, and I think Brother Gibson referenced that too. I mean, you talk about all of the good things, the great things about Mr. Cummings. And it just seemed like they were moving the goalposts. It just seemed like double standard. So do you have to, you can do a lot of business in the country. And, we have to give Mr. Cummings, give him the benefit of the doubt. He said he's doing a lot of the business in the country. We know how things are. People will come after you. I mean, that's just the way it is. Okay, to say that, because you've not built a business, a lot of other folks have not done that too. And you say, well, they have served in the country, but Mr. Cummings hasn't. I know a lot of people in the diaspora, including Mr. Dennis, and Mr. Henry is very familiar with this, I'm sure. The guy who owns Essence Magazine is a protege of Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings has helped a lot of people. He has a completely different disposition. He's not a Musability type personality. He has a different personality. His personality is similar to, I think, President Boyka. So to be, excusing President Boyka on one level, but then, blaming Cummings on another level, and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and George Weah and all of them. So you can't say, because you haven't built a wider market or you haven't supported this, so therefore you're not eligible to be president, or you were not made a good president, or you shouldn't be president. I fundamentally, disagree with that. There are different ways, even as minimal as the roads are in Liberia. There are so many ways to get to downtown Monrovia. There are many ways to get to downtown Monrovia. So there are many ways to get to the presidency. And I don't think that by building a business or sharing your wealth, The other folks are not. They're not sharing their wealth. So why do we?
Okay, so let's hold you there, and we'll go back to what exactly Costa said about Cummings. Let's hold you there. Let's get a 2 point from the others. Real quick, Awanto, what's your 2 points takeaway here?
Great. Thank you. Stand on that. My 2 points is primarily, centered on very interesting thing. One thing I realized here is that Costa lay out what we've always known about this government. Costa named and he confirmed individuals in government that marks out the government failure. In fact, he named scandals, he named the buy advisor, and he also named empty promises. Costa laid out something on the 285 yellow machine. He said it's not development, he said it's deception, which is very important to underscore. He spoke about the justice systems. He said that the justice system is not fighting corruption, it's protecting it. And the government is not leading, but the government is leaking that justice system. In fact, he named individuals in the justice system that should be fired up to now. The special advisor to the president, the minister of justice. In fact, he also said something very interesting. He said DeLong is a corporate in this entire scenario. He's playing a double-sided sword. Hopefully DeLong, Senator DeLong can respond to that allegation of Costa. But Costa also, he laid out something that is extremely dangerous at the heart of power. He said that the president is out of this entire process. For me, this is where he falls short. Because in the end of it, the president is at the top. He is upward in the pyramid of this entire process. The Constitution is very clear, Stanton. The Constitution provides the president the opportunity to appoint, to supervise, and to dismiss. If by advisor remain, that means the president kept them. If corruption continued to thrive, that means the president tolerated it. If the president looked extremely unserious, because the president has allowed it. So obviously, there's no way you can be able to leave the president out of these kind of out of any of the conversation that he pointed to. The other interesting thing to look at is the fact that Costa tried as much as possible to exonerate the president from decision-making process, and this is very concerning. We cannot be honest with this kind of conversation. He said the president is not part of the entire process. In fact, for instance, he said the president did not even agree to have a bulletproof car. He exonerated the president from $1.4 million bulletproof car. So, since the president or chief of staff approved it, then the president is exonerated for it. He came back to his own property, $10 million property in fire. He said the president did not approve it, and in fact, the president should be brave to say yes, it's budgetary allotment. You asked a very interesting question, Stanton. You said where the money coming from. Costa could not even explain where the money is coming from. I get it, people being very emotional, but you should be very honest with details. There are specific being laid out.
Again, I know you guys will allow me to do my own takeaway. There's a lot of good stuff came out of this interview. Costa touched on all points, right? Everything. And I think Liberians were waiting to listen to Costa tonight. You may like what he said, some part of it, another part you may dislike what he said, but he reached across the eye tonight. And that's what makes the Spoon Talk so unique. We welcome everyone. And what Costa said today, to call for the firing of also 12 Bushman Keita, Mamaka Berete, to make the point against Musa Berete and Alexander Cummings. I want to just remind everyone, Costa support Joseph Yuma Boakai. He will not bend. And that's the fact. And that's politics. For Costa, we stay in the political warfare. And you understand that. So he supports Joseph Yuma Boakai. He remains with Joseph Yuma Boakai. But I was shocked. I don't know if any of you heard Costa. Before we get to Kev Hassan and our brother Asido. Costa said he voted for Tewon Gonglo during the first round. And that's the reason why my brother Gibson said he gave Costa 70%. That's the only reason. Because Costa voted for Tewon Gonglo in the first round. Kev, let's hear you.
One of the things I took, one of my two key pointers I took from him, he said, we wage war to destroy the CPP. And Joseph Yuma Boakai supported them to destroy the CPP. You guys heard that, right?
No, that's not what he said. He said Joseph Boakai was reluctant. He said Joseph Boakai was reluctant. And
No,
he
no.
went against, let me tell you what he said, Kev. Everybody's agreeing with me here. He said Joseph Boakai was very stubborn. He was reluctant to listen to Costa. And Costa said he was rebellion. He's used the word rebellion because he wanted Joseph Boakai to go against CPP. That's what he said. Maybe you heard something else, Kev.
Okay. He said when he approached Joseph Imam Boakai for the first time, yes, what you said, that's what he said. But he went along with him. Without Joseph Imam Boakai, CPP could have stayed because Joseph Imam Boakai support and he testified against Alexander Cummings. So how can we say Joseph Imam Boakai was not on board? He testified. Costa said it. He said it clear. We wage war. He approached Joseph Imam Boakai the first time. Yeah, Joseph Imam Boakai had his disagreement, but he managed to convince Joseph Imam Boakai, and Joseph Imam Boakai went along. Say you about Joseph Imam Boakai? And you can convince him, and he went along. So yes, you know, and it's a serious thing. How can somebody go to Joseph Imam Boakai and say let's destroy CPP? And essentially, I will say this to you: your famous interview with Joseph Imam Boakai before he became the head of CPP, the chair of CPP at that time, he did an interview with you. And when you asked him, when they had the confusion were lingering around, the noise around, Stanton asked him, will you go back and fix the CPP? Joseph Imam Boakai reply was, Brexit. And you all know what Brexit means. That was it. So when we came on the show, and I pointed out, I said, you're listening, Joseph Imam Boakai will go back to Liberia and destroy the CPP. And Costa confirmed that today. The next thing Costa said, he said, look, if I was at the mansion and close to Joseph Imam Boakai, but now we have been killed. They will poison me. They will do things to me. He said it. He said, I would have been killed. That's what he said. Costa is saying. He's saying that the mansion is a hostile territory. That if you go there, they will kill you. That's what he said.
Thank you.
Who will look at? Let me tell you a second. Who will look at? Mamaka Belete will kill him. Bushuba Keita will kill him. Steve Stikwa will kill him. It's a hostile territory. And that's what he said. We are living in the gangster paradise.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me bring in Isaac. Isaac, take it away from your brother, please.
Yeah, right. Kev, I mean, the rest of the folks are all good. But like Wanto said, I think, okay, yeah, thank you. Costa re-emphasized things with all alone said. But two things that I took off. One, Costa boldly told the nation and all of us that President Boakai is a ceremonious president with no power. Costa even said that President Boakai didn't approve of certain things, but those things happened. Like Wanto said, President Boakai didn't want bulletproof car, but they brought bulletproof car. Mamaka Belete took letter and wrote it to the Senate. That kind of a letter, President Boakai didn't want to write a letter. So he only confirmed that President Boakai touched the name president, but he is totally not in control of the government. He said everything that is going on in the government, President Boakai is excluded. He doesn't know about it. Even the ones that he knows about, he will not approve it, but those things will still happen. Think about the president telling you, don't build house in Foya, but still someone in the government went to Foya and start building house there. So, I mean, it tells you it's a scary government. I mean, Costa confirmed that, not me. He said he doesn't believe that the president approved the building in Foya. But the building in Foya has been built. So even if the president says no, the things happen because he's just ceremonious. He's just a president with a name, but he's not doing anything. He's not in the government. He's not in charge. And the second thing, Costa confirmed again that the government is failing bigly. Play Costa interview for the next 20 years. The only thing Costa kept talking about were all failures, 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 failures. Costa could not even measure one good positive thing of the government. Not because maybe he forgot. It only means that nothing is there to talk about. He talked about people who fail, people who ain't doing a job, until Costa offered himself to be the one to do reports on people's performances to give to the president. These two key things in my mind make our country a scary place now. A person that is close to the president, who meets the president and talks to the president, telling us that the president can even disapprove of things and those same things will happen. You have a gigantic building being constructed in Lofa, and Costa is telling us that the president didn't approve of it, but the building is still going on. Now, talking about this, who is more powerful in the government than the president? Who will approve things even if the president does not approve it? And I think our country is at a scary place. We cannot have a commander-in-chief who is not in charge of the government. We cannot have a commander-in-chief who says one thing and the opposite of what he says is done. That raises so many questions. And to some of us, we think more needs to be done for our country to come back to a place. Because even if Costa can say that, we should be afraid.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's do this as you're closing, right? We'll keep the rest for it tomorrow. Give it your best shot, your best takeaway. You know, a lot of people going to join us tomorrow. We want to give folks a chance to go over and watch the show. Those people that just came in right now, it's like 110,000 people today, Gibson, just came to listen to Costa and, you know, and listen to us. We want to say this is a big day today as people, I mean, I don't know, almost 7,000 messages is still going forward. This is a big night for Costa, but he said a lot of stuff though. Before I go to Dr. George, Costa called him for the removal of Oswald Twe, Bujuban Keita, Mamakability. And Costa also says concerning the Ministry of Information, Daniel Salud and Cousin, because they cannot deliver the message, the good thing this person is doing. Just go around the black in government. Costa have distanced himself from the Unity Party leadership. He's not a Unity Party member. And he said, I've read it. You know, when somebody say, like me, I don't need a job in the government, so you are free to talk. you are free to fly. He calling people names. And Costa got more names to call. So, I mean, if we push this government, you know, people have a role. Because the government have to function. And the government got to work in the interest of the people. Now, look at the LDCC. I'm sorry, brother George. Just give me 1 minute. Let me give 1 minute to Gibson. We'll come back to you. Costa condemned the LDCC, Gibson. Costa put the LDCC in the position when it came to Zinamane, or what's Sam Zina, the superintendent of Bakolu, Gibson. If it is true that the LDCC were compromised to indict Sam Zina because of Botokane, if it is true, then the president have right to dissolve this LDCC and bring in new groups. Because the argument, to tell you the truth, the argument Costa is making, these are Jowea people, Gibson, and these people, they are not working in the interest of the Liberian people. They've been paid. Just say anything you want to say, Emmanuel. That's what Costa is saying. That somebody is paying them to indict. And this is a big argument. If you get anything from this, Costa is disqualifying the LDCC current members, the commissioners, and Costa is saying that Joseph Boakai needs to look. I've been hearing that the president is looking into this LDCC thing, the cherry picking of investigation. Though they are on training position, but you know what JB can do with telling people now? He fired and then he asked question later, you get very paid, he said, go say that. So Emmanuel, I mean, they take away here, and the relationship, Costa was able to establish that relationship between DeLong, Yombly, and the Justice Minister, which actually now put the Justice Minister in a bad spot because he have never ever, through Bushman Keita, they have never persecuted anyone to send to jail. So it's the COVID week. Who aiding and abetting them? Who hiding their secret? Who covering up for them? This is a big one. And guys, go back and listen to the interview. Let's get our closing. I know you want to talk about the comments point. You said it again. But Costa is very hard on comments. I don't know how you guys can fix that. I saw the comments people texting me. They are angry. But I think it's a level playing field. Costa will stay attack comments because he support Joseph Yeman Boyka, right? So let us hear you, Mr. George.
Oh no, we are not angry about Mr. Costa point. You know, Zoroaster the prophet made this very important quotation that we run now. He says, even though I do not believe a word of what you say, I will back you to death because that is your opinion. So Mr. Costa have the right to your opinion. Why would we in the ANC be concerned? We are not concerned about what Mr. Costa said because he drew the people who should rather be concerned rather than President Boyka. He should be calling his people together because he's the one got the brunt of this conversation. How you can say the man be a buddy and then you say he not on fire? It's not possible. I mean, I think we say all the time, the man be a buddy, then you say he not on fire. You're here on fire also because your beer is there. Mr. Costa listed a lot of things that we have been speaking about on this network about the ineptness of this government. That's why he listed. And I think it's the UP people that are more angry. I'm only analyzing what he said, but even though he went to Mr. Cummings, that's fair shot. But we can definitely prove how Mr. Cummings is doing in the country. He has investment in the country. Mr. Costa is the same person during the We Are government who lamented every day on his radio show that the government took away his equipment, that he went to court, they were strangulating him.
Let me do this. Let me do this from Brother Emmanuel. Will Mr. Cummings tell the Liberian people those investments you have in the country? It will come a time before election, Mr. Cummings reveal those investments. Why can't he?
Mr. Cummings will tell the Liberian people what he's doing to support Liberia. Yes, we will make Mr. Cummings we will work with Mr. Cummings rather not make, excuse me for that language, we'll work with Mr. Cummings and understand. Yeah, the Liberian people should understand it. Mr. Cummings made over $150,000 investment during the coronavirus stuff. Mr. Cummings initiated the public partnership project, which is a STEM institution that the government have not funded since Ellen Johnson's administration. His foundation has been sponsoring those students over there. That STEM institution have carried out several significant
institution. Emmanuel, and we'll continue this tomorrow. Emmanuel, I know we're talking about this, but let's just take Costa word for it. You got money, show us what you're doing. That's the message to Costa. I mean,
Mr. Cummings is showing what he's doing with money.
You said
if you go on 15th Street, there's a tower there that is called the Cummings Tower.
Emmanuel, let's do it small now because I want people to understand you and understand Mr. Cummings' position. Yeah, right? Mr. Cummings, we all know he got money. God bless him and his family. But beside the STEM school, beside the tower, right? The investment about COVID, what kind of investment was that? What did he invest in? What did he invest in? What was that?
He invested in bringing equipment to the country and supporting the government work towards COVID-19.
What kind of equipment? What kind of equipment?
Oxygen machine, and I can give you the list tomorrow when I come on the air. But definitely,
and the machine stay in the country.
Oh, we work with the government. If the government, we work with the Cummings Foundation.
Is he making money from the government through that means?
Yeah, the Cummings Foundation work in collaboration with the government during the COVID-19.
Up to present?
Up to present, if the Cummings Foundation is working with the government, yeah, the Cummings Foundation have invested over $1.5 million in different agricultural projects in the country.
Brother, let's understand what Mr. Cummings is doing. And that's the argument Costa led today. If you want to answer it, fine, we can come back tomorrow. The STEM school, we understand Cummings is supporting that, his foundation, the Cummings family Thank God. The building Cummins Levy in the tower, thank God. What else? You say the investment. What kind of investment? COVID machine, what kind of machine? How much was the investment? What is the return investment? Where in this government Mr. Cummins is connected to he getting his return? We need more information. What else Cummins is investing in Liberia?
Mr. Waterspoon, Mr. Cummins has the Cummins Africa Foundation that within a couple of years that have invested $1.5 million in education, in health, and in agriculture. When you go to the AME University, it's called the graduate school is called Alexander B. Cummins Graduate School. It's called that because he invested in laboratory works and other scholarship on that campus. At Booker T. Washington, Mr. Cummins invested in lab, and even when they had some
let's do something. If you say he invested, let's understand this. He's not getting investment return though. He's not getting return. But let's get it straight now. People talking about what Mr. Cummins doing now that making money for him and giving back. Greg Wanto, you talking about charity program that Mr. Cummins contributed to. So you're confusing us. What Mr. Cummins doing in Liberia? What business is he doing in Liberia that he's getting returns from?
Stanton, at a specific time, our team will come up with discussing them one by one. But right now, investing, investing is not only getting return. I can invest in you. I can invest within you.
Don't say invested in this project because he's getting nothing out of it. That's my point I'm making. He's not getting no returns.
When Mr. Cummins had an interview with you,
program that Mr. Cummins was involved with, right?
Yes.
So it's not investment.
It is.
But investment with no returns.
Exactly. Exactly. So don't go.
But Stanton, investment don't always have to. You have to get
those special ways not confusing people.
In less than 24 hours, they gotta become again for the second time a global chair. Let me answer my question. When we get to you, tell your own. We are looking for, but thank you, man. Finish up. We'll talk more about that.
So yeah, if there are various ways, but I'm not going to spend my time. Tomorrow we'll talk about it more. But Mr. Costa was extremely right that Mr. Cummins has been able to generate wealth. He's struggling as to understand how Mr. Cummins' investment is. And in your interview here with you, Mr. Cummins said he has two companies in Liberia that he's invested in. One is extremely successful, the other one is still growing. And he alluded to the same thing Mr. Costa struggled with under the WEA government, that he was being strangulated, that his business could not have caught it. It's the same atmosphere that many Liberians
all this government is Mr. Cummins stranded, that he cannot tell the Liberian people those investments. Anything. Are they targeting Mr. Cummins under this Joseph Boakai government?
Well, the history have not been in favor of politicians that are making investment in countries where the businesses have not been targeted. We say on this show all the time. History has not in favor of that, and because Mr. Cummins is working with other people in most of the projects that he's doing that are successful, he doesn't have to look only out for himself. He also have to look out to protecting his business partner. But I can assure you, Stanton, in the next couple of weeks, in the next couple of months, Liberians will visibly see what Mr. Cummins is doing in the country in the area of investing in Liberians' life. I agree with Mr. Costa on one hand that perhaps we have spent so much time because of the nature of Mr. Cummins not propagating these things, but definitely we will propagate it, and Liberian people will understand that there is no other politician in Liberia that have made a more financial investment in recent time.
Can I ask a very small question before you finish?
Go ahead, because we're coming to you. Go ahead.
It's still on the same commission because you are elected global chair, so we need more clarification. My understanding is the Cummins Africa Foundation was established while Cummins was still ahead of Coca-Cola and it was intended for Kenya and other countries and not for Liberia. How do you call that investment in Liberia?
Gibson, you're talking about a foundation, and you say how it's investing in Liberia.
How is it an investment intended for Liberia when Liberia was not even part of that equation?
Have they not made contribution to health, agriculture, and education in Liberia, Gibson? They have. Thank you for alluding to that fact, my brother Gibson. they have Gibson. I
don't understand. I don't understand. You are counting this as his investment. He was still at Coca-Cola and head of Coca-Cola when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and others encouraged him to form that organization. And that organization was not even intended for Liberia. Liberia was not part of the equation. It was for Kenya and other countries. So
but
now
the Liberia benefit from it, Mr. Gibson Drew.
Does it have Liberia?
If you encourage me, Gibson.
No, okay, I'm asking now. How many? If you know, if you don't know, that's fine. You can come back tomorrow. How many people, institutions, have so far, you can guess, benefited from the Communist Africa Foundation?
If you take Mr. Jeru, if you take that fact to get, I cannot give you the estimate. I have to get to them so they can give me a clear figure, since we're on public radio and over 170,000 people.
Absolutely, you are allowed to do that.
I have to give them clear information on that. But you and I will agree that they invested heavily. Like, why was Mr. Cummings giving the nation highest honor by Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? Why was he giving? You think because somebody woke up one morning and said this gentleman should get the highest honor? He was given the highest honor because of what he was doing in Liberia. That's why he got the highest national honor from the Republic of Liberia. Mr. Jiro, you know these facts, man, and you know that what you're supposed to be talking about.
I could have responded to this, but I don't intend.
Thank you very much, Brother Charles. We're going to continue no more. Let me be one
clarification. Stand on, please. Sorry, Mr. Jiro, I'm not the global chairman. What we did this weekend and what we did in April was to how they call it, desegregate or how they call it, the whole network of the ANC. So I was elected this weekend as the ANC Diaspora USA chair.
Okay.
Simultaneously, Mr. Steve Carley was voted as the ANC Europe Diaspora Europe chair. So that's why we did this weekend. So we don't have.
Okay, so you no more global chair. No more global chair, right?
No more global chair. So I'm not responsible for the USA. Why
you're the American board now. That's good. Okay. Gibson, let's get you closer for the interview.
Look, I think it's a bad decision to remove the global chair, and here is why. I don't want to use so much of my meaning on that. I think it helps.
No.
They are political party. They are government in waiting. They are government in waiting. And I want to use 30 seconds of my time to just say that the essence of having the synchronized leadership is to have a channel of communication that will not be multiple in the ear of the principal. But to remove the global chair, that means the chair for USA can directly communicate whatever the USA branch decide to come in and don't have to go through the Europe. Europe can do the same thing. At the end of the day, we have multiple discussions of how information are sent to commies. I hope that is not the case. But I just want to finish.
If you say that, you say, are you the global chair for Joe Gonglo Party?
I am the global media director. Global media director. That's
who's the global chair? Who's the global chair?
That's this brother. I can't remember his name now. So,
looking through the camera.
Diaspora. We have diaspora chair.
Hold on. Are you serious? Looking through the camera and you're telling us that either the global media or coordinator or supervisor, or what the hell it is, and you just say you're supporting George Manawea? I mean, you're no different from.
I'm not supporting George Weah yet.
It's this thing from Grand July. You and Colin Barbara the same. You're with one party, then you support another party leader. What's going on with y'all? Don't make your point.
Sister, thank you for murdering my water, but that's not a sure. I am not a Georgia
Jeru,
supporter
if you
yet.
allow me to answer your question, we have a vice president for international affairs.
Okay.
That vice president is responsible for coordinating everything at this level.
Oh,
And that
okay.
vice president is in Liberia. So and we made that decision also. Europe is in different time zone. We are in different time zone. Europe had different currencies. So to bring currencies together was becoming challenging. So we had to decentralize so that we can work. But there is a vice chair for international affairs whose responsibility is to take care of every one of us in the
I respect your wisdom. Look, listen to me. This is what I want to say here. Since we have tomorrow to come, hopefully I will find time tomorrow to be here also. Look, like I said from the beginning, sometime when I will, let me start like this. CDC people should be rejoicing about what Costa said today. If I were a CDC spokesperson, I would not criticize Costa. I would tell him, thank you. See, Costa confirmed today what most Liberians have taught. And he just campaigned for CDC. All we need to do is just cut that particular portions, those portions that he spoke on. JMB, Mamaka Kamara wrote a letter to the Senate that the President of the Republic was not aware of, and it went through.
Ability.
Wrote a letter to the Senate without the President's consent, and it went through. We played our audience, we played that tape for the people. We played the tape where the Justice Minister was elected, and the Justice Minister is incapable of prosecuting any corruption cases. And Costa now is going to be the reporter general to the President to keep people accountable. We cut that part. We play it. We tell the other part where the old man, the late old man, went to build a $10 million mansion and villas in Foya, and the President did not like that, but he did it to surprise him. We cut that and play. Listen, Costa just campaigned for CDC today. All citizens should now be rejoicing that Costa, you cut these particular things and keep them. You will play them on the show. You will give it to them. This is why I said Costa was 70% honest. He actually was honest. The only part that Costa did that I disagree with, excusing Boakai or all those stuff. And he did that because I talked to one talk show presenter before, very popular talk show presenter. He asked me, what's the situation like, my man? What do you think? And I told the person, to be able to make the president make decision, leave the president out. Talk to any other person you want to talk about. Blast any other person. Don't put the president there. You put the president in a position to take your advice and go after these people. But if you mix the president with the people, the president will take a defensive position. What Costa did today is an actual PR that he did for Joseph Boakai. So now Joseph Boakai will see, Joseph Boakai will now see it as a minister. Even Costa telling you're just spoiling my name, and you can take action based on what Costa said. But at the same time, it's a two-edged sword. CDC rejoice. I just saved the entire video, and I'm cutting it piece by piece. And the time we will serve in the capacity to champion the propaganda, this division of the CDC, we are going to make maximum use of those comments. So I don't want to belabor the issue on comments on the comments team. Listen, I respect comments. I disagree with Costa on the fact that Cummings cannot win any election at all in Liberia. He's not God to say that. Cummings just need to change his game plan. And I see a lot of different people coming in now. It's not like before where few people that we know that have started with Cummings, they try to manipulate the process and think that they are the only person that Cummings can look up to. I never knew that, Josh. I never knew a lot of people that are in ANC right now. And they are coming, they're bringing the vibrancy, they're bringing new ideas. And I think Cummings will be able to listen to more diverse opinion of the political landscape and the political space. And so he can make a decision and move in the space in a way that he will make impact. Even if he doesn't win this election, but he can make an impact. He can get a lot of lawmakers. He can get different things. And I still believe that Cummings has the best managerial skills, to do anything that he wants to do to transform the country. So I just like to stop here.
Thank you very much, Brother Gibson. Winfred Russell.
Thank you, Stanton. It's a great day, great show. Again, we've said it over again. It was a great interview, and I think my friend Henry Costa performed very well. But I know he talked about, he said, President Boyka, and, and like I said, I will close on what I started with, and that is, true. Henry spoke his truth. I mean, he said a lot of great things. He put forth a lot of salient points that are resonating with people. But I just disagree with his approach of not holding the president directly accountable for the challenges and the failure in many respects of what his government is going through. I mean, he talked about how President Boyka is not the person who's going to say, bring me money for the weekend, or talk to someone from one of the corporations, one of these public corporations or entities around, and say, bring me money, or do this or do that. President Boyka may not be doing that, but I mean, just based on some of the things that he was sharing, in the interview, or some of the things he shared, Henry shared in the interview, why the president may not be doing that, but a lot of the folks around him are obviously doing that. Okay, so there are a lot of corruption that have been unearthed. There are a lot of things that are going on that are not portraying this government in a positive light, and we need to speak about those things. I mean, Henry did speak about a lot of them. He did talk about a lot of the folks and holding them accountable and recommending the dismissal of some of the folks. But at the end of the day, while that is all fine and dandy, but we have to hold the president accountable and call him out and call his government out, and not just say, okay, it's all of these folks who are doing this, but the president doesn't know. You are as good as the leader you serve. Okay, so if you're not performing well or optimally, it reflects on your leader. I mean, there's no question about it. So many folks, including Spoon and Costa and Henry, talked about this. They package President Boyka in a way, they sold President Boyka because the focus was on getting rid of George Weah. If they are focused on packaging Tyrone Gonglu the same way they were focused on packaging Boyka, I'm sure things would have been different. If they are packaged Cummings or Moneybar the same way, things would have been different. I don't think people were inherently excited about President Boyka necessarily, but because we all saw the idea that to get rid of George Weah, since we had all of these documentation that things were not going good with the government and the administration was bad. So the way to get rid of the Weah administration, we had to vote for Boyka. So I mean that's how and people bought it. I mean, we have an impressionable society. I mean, that's how it is. I mean, we sold that, we packaged that, and we sold it to the people, and the people bought it. So we expect for sort of a different result. So we have to own that and accept that. Now, if it's not a Musa Bility, if it's not Cummings, If it's not Gonglu, then who? So are we saying that we want the Unity Party to come back again? If you say, okay, not CDC, I was looking forward to him addressing that, Stanton, to say, okay, you're saying, I mean, these folks are not going anywhere. They're not doing, Busability can't win, Cummings can't win. Well, Gonglu has not announced, Gonglu is not doing anything. Then who then? So we go back to Unity Party? Who? Jeremiah Kuhn? So who are we looking at? And that, I mean, maybe that would be the second phase of the interview.
No, but he said it. He said Joseph Boakai. The man said he riding and dying with Joseph Boakai. So even if
Joseph Boakai going to run again in 2029.
Okay, so you're all right. Listen, but Costa was very firm. He's not leaving. But let me ask you a question, right? Because you brought in the Joe Weah thing. The scenario that Costa put out said, listen, I was just floating with Joe Weah. I didn't go there to stay with him. It was just a two weeks thing. A quick grab and run. Yerry Costa saying that about Joe Weah is so demeaning to Joe Weah. I mean, Joe Weah, they didn't see this. That Costa was just frustrated and he needed to do a payback, operation, and he went and Joe Weah didn't grab him. Roberto, talk to me though. When I heard that and he made this thing about you having a girl and the girl leaving you, but it means that CDC they are mumu. They are not smart. No, to be frank, they will be because the way in which Costa, and I know I got my seditions French here, but the way in which Costa said it, nobody in CDC catch that. That Costa was just frustrated, he was mad, and he just wanted to do something to get Joseph Boakai attention, and he did. But then, people are asking Costa, are you going to Mr. Cummings? I don't think Mr. Cummings that people welcome Costa, but here come Joe Manuel and his people running behind Costa like chicken without neck, and they plane ticket to go back to Liberia, the hotel and everything. He had a special meeting with John Manuel, but today he calling him Mumu. That it wasn't that smart. Russell, talk to me.
I bet that, if they didn't see it, and I'll be surprised, I mean, because they operate like they are politically sophisticated, because it was pretty obvious that it was a rebound, as we call it, as sort of a rebound type situation. So he was there. And I mean, Costa clearly articulated how he was feeling at the time, and the example that he gave. I mean, I think a lot of people can understand and appreciate it. When you're in that sort of situation, you're not happy, you're frustrated. You just lost your girl, and the next one that if your girl start acting up, what do? You take her friend. You go to the next person. Yeah.
And when your girlfriend back and apologize and your face is later, you have from that new thing, you go to your old original girl, you take her on a date, and your face and you say, forget that girl. And just as CDC,
I mean,
you see in the Harvard logic student, you sing Kev Hassan, I said to, and they all welcome Costa back, but Costa played them. And
he played them big time.
He played them, and he called them Momo. He called them like these guys here are smart. And just after the election, Costa says CDC are not a smart party like we think. I don't want to use the word that
he said CDC. He said CDC is a cult. It's not a real political party. I mean, that's what he said. So I don't know what Gibson was saying. That this is something.
Can I come in? I will be.
No, Kev, let's go to Wanto. We'll come to you.
Because I will
Kev, no. We respect Wanto. Let Wanto talk. Wanto Costa say your party, that Mumu party, you're accepting him. He said, all of you are Belay.
For me, I would say they speak to the nature of CDC, regardless of how your views, how opposing your views are in the past. CDC still presented opportunity. What are you being deceptive of now? The party don't care. What is interesting here, Costa spoke about a very interesting scenario, about corruption. Costa did not take
So
back.
the issue about Costa calling your party or Mumu party, though. You welcome Costa.
Look, that's his opinion. That's his
opinion. No, I'm moderating the show, but I got to ask the better question. It's very interesting, right?
Stand on.
That's Costa out there. Costa use you like that.
Stand on. You know the real danger in this
Somebody
situation.
give me the video when Kev Hassan was dancing. Can somebody give me that video? And Costa was just looking at Kev Hassan. When Costa and Kev Hassan were in the car, he said, look at the other Mumu. I just here to relax myself and go back. Costa said he knew Joe Biden was going to win the election. He knew it. But he used CDC.
And that's
so
that's
what is his frustration? Wow.
So stand on. That's the real danger. The real danger here is the United Party. Understand that Costa is extremely deceptive. If Costa today will say that he plays CDC, given the nature of his campaign, the methodology of his information dissemination, then the United Party should be very careful, because we know what Costa said. You know what Costa said during the campaign. Everyone here know what Costa said. There are videos out there. You know, there were confidential information from President Bouaga that was spilled out from Costa, even if health records. You know, CDC never campaigned on Bouaga health. It was Costa who introduced that methodology of campaign. So my fear here is not CDC. It's the United Party. If you are accepting Costa into your confidential space, 2029, hopefully you'll come back again to play a full CDC. We're accepting and we're allowing to have the space to spill more confidential information. But the truth is, it's not even on that. The major issue tonight, yes, Stanton, is what Costa unveiled here tonight. And that's what we're just trying to be able to pinpoint. Whether we like it or not, tonight, Costa shows that the government is in an extreme failure. When prices of rice increases, that means there is inflation and there's failure. When power is more stable on Facebook than the street, then that means that progress is also not possible. If we are laying out specific information tonight on the economy, Costa said prices are rising because Bouaga has people within his cabinet that are providing wrong advices. Costa spoke about leadership deficit tonight. He said decisions are being made by Bouaga advisors. They are deceptive, and the president needs to retreat from silence to be open. He spoke on integrity. He said the anti-corruption tonight, the government has no power to become a political institution. In fact, he said in the court of public opinion or Stanton, and I'm sure you ask Costa again on that specific point. In the court of public opinion, the government failed massively on corruption. That's what Costa said tonight. And I echo his sentiment. He said the government has conceptually failed, and we are witnessing an administration merely in administrative weakness, collapse of political will tonight. That means the president has no control of his own political will. The president cannot even make decisive decisions. This is extremely worrisome, Stanton. The Costa is accusing the president of not even reading communication being sent to the legislature, saying that Mamaka Belete wrote a communication and provided it to the legislature, and the president did not read it. He's saying tonight the president is signing on financial issues from the country, $1.4 million signing for a personal vehicle, and he's not aware of it. He said the president is not even aware that members of his political party are building over 10 million house in 10 million construction site in Foya, and he's not aware of it tonight. So this is extremely deceptive, and the reality here is, I really admire your scope and analysis of interviewing Costa tonight. I agree with Gibson. You did us a favor. You made Costa seem like an extreme fool of contradiction. Publicly, you exposed him, you dislodged him, and you made him a national comedian. All what I brought today, everyone is saying Costa came on Stanton's show and Stanton disgraced him. And that's the reality, and I agree with that tonight. In final closing, to be objective, Stanton, I would say thank you for what you did tonight. I applauded you. I wrote in the chat, I said this is the best interview mechanism that you have, because you made Costa look like a fool tonight by the medium of engagement, and you provided more points to CDC that the government is continuing failing, and the government, has lost relevance. But to be objective, I appreciate Costa when he said that the government is working on TPS. Yes, what is interesting to note, the government honor CDC also got TPS for Liberian. It's out there in 2021. The government got TPS and DED for Liberian honor President Weah. And I agree that CDC has no issue with the current government of the US. We applaud it. We're not running a foreign policy on anti-democracy or anti-government. We are running a foreign policy on the basis and factor of the issues nationally. And these are the issues we are laying out. Today, this government is a lapse in massive failure. Costa exposed the government, and today citizens are reaching back to say that we told you before, and this is the government we have. Esther, we appreciate you again for your independent journalism. You know, whether we like it or not, tonight is a game for CDC. And this is my final closing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's listen to Kev Hassan. Hey, this is bad for CDC. Right,
my brother want to nail it. And I think that's all we should do. To say thank you, Stanton. You know, you expose it. You expose my brother Costa. You know, I wish he understand the damage he did to himself and the Unity Party tonight. You know, folks say I was there. I was with him to say, "Oh, I fake and I fool and I this and I that." And once you said it correctly, CDC will open doors to anybody. Come and fake yourself and fool yourself. You on your own. Fool yourself. You on your own. To President Weah look like somebody who can fool him. One of the smartest human beings on the face of this earth. Let me say this to you. When Costa wanted to say the bombshell, President Weah told me to tell him, don't do it. I'm not going to say what he wanted to say. He said, don't do it. The only thing he said to tell and say, Joseph Yuman Boakai is our former, at that time, our former vice president. We should respect him. You know, that's one of the things I love about George Manuel Weah, that no soul under this earth will let me think otherwise. Because I was in the room. Many of our guys were in the room who said that. He said to me, he said, tell him. He said, no, we are the headquarters. We will not play a politics of going into people's personal lives. Because I know that. I will not say that. He know that. And we deliver the message to him. That person, we have to stand down. When you want to do that bombshell. So to say he came and fake us, no, we stopped him. We did that person. We have stopped him for going too far. Because you know what? I was in the room. I was there. We were together. Person, we have stopped him. Well, Costa wanted to say by now, Joe Boakai and Costa will never see eye to eye. He should thank President Weah. That man called President Weah is a decent human being. He don't put politics into those things. He gave me the message. He said, tell him don't do it. And I delivered the message to Costa. You remember the bombshell? When Costa said you want to do the bombshell? You remember? I delivered the message. President Weah said, don't do it. We should respect Joseph Yuman Boakai as a vice president. Hey, man, that's President Weah for you. But let me say this, right? And he called it for the firing of Mamaka Ability because of the yellow machine and this. But why is he not attacking Jeremiah Kuhn and then for twisting the arms of the government against ABK, a Liberian, who's supposed to bring Caterpillar yellow machine, going against ABK? Why? Why? I said, can you tell me why? You say Mamaka Ability should be fired because of this. but they are twisting. And ABK is 100% qualified, meet every criteria to bring that yellow machine, but they're sweeping ABK away. You know why? And lastly, I believe the reason he is attacking Mr. Cummings, Emmanuel George, I'm saying this to you. The reason he attacking Mr. Cummings, because this is what he hearing in the corridor of GMB. Costa not making no mistake. He know what he doing. This is what he hearing in the corridor of GMB. Why I know that? Because I know when they had that fingering issue, GMB and Mo Ali and them were calling the Justice Ministry to prosecute. They were on top of it. They were going against Mr. Cummings. This is what Costa hearing in the corridor of GMB. He well calculated. GMB sent him to attack Mr. Cummings.
Okay, thank you. Actually, let's hear you, sir.
Starter, I got a plea for you. Please come make fool out of CDC just the way Costa make fool out of CDC. Thank you. Starter,
No.
please, let me end. Wando, all of us need to send.
But I said talk now, but.
All of us need to send a text to Starter to please come to the CDC and make food out of the CDC. Just the same way Costa make food out of the CDC. We left such a food. Mr. Russell,
I agree. We appreciate it. We're sending our appeal. We're doing a communication.
We are just sending the appeal for all of you to come to the CDC and make food out of the CDC. Just the way Costa make food out of the CDC. We really want that. You know, who would love to be a fool? Just the way Costa did. Who wouldn't love it? I would love it. I mean, I will. So please, stand on my brother. You know, you've been friends for a long time. I don't want to appeal to you to help us, come over to us, make fool out of us. Just the same way Costa did. We beg you better, Papa. So you know what? when you said Stanton would come, I mean, Costa was coming on the show, I kept thinking, I said, this Stanton man, that's talking about man. That's some more bad things Stanton won't do, but then he bringing Costa on the show. Behold, what I was thinking about was true. See why you did the whole better job in the government? We were thinking that
when I hear Arsenal,
we were thinking that Brother Costa, who recently went to Baka, will come by and be attacking the CDC, not knowing the brother will coming to attack the Unity Party, saying all of the bad things. So, you know, I think my mind of you is right. Anytime you do something, I know that something bad is it can't be free.
I think we're talking about.
I'm closing I do here. So, Kev, you call me or asking me why is Stanton bringing Costa? I said, that's Stanton, man. That's something you see. But Stanton, thank you. You are a bad boy. Stanton, you are a bad boy. The thing you did to United Party today by bringing Costa, I'm sure you will never do it. Why will you be doing such a thing? You brought the men to say all the bad things the government doing. They met up with President Baka. He knows nothing what's going on in the country. President Baka said he won't sleep on red mattress. They put blue one there. President Baka said he won't eat Coca-Cola. The next day he won't drink Coca-Cola rather. The other day they will bring him beer. The Papa know what's going on. Costa keep it. Costa say, you know what?
I think Costa said
it's not your time
issue.
Costa, yeah. Costa came and say, you know what?
The Mary recommend that we should be suspended.
You guys gotta understand. Let us finish.
They went to the Senate, and then the brother came again and said, you know what? The vice president brought himself down to go get quote for yellow machine because the whole government's incompetent. The people that are supposed to get the quotation, they couldn't get it. So the vice president came from being vice president, came way down and go for quotation. And then, why you brought the brother on the show, man? Stanton, they hate you, hate President Baka. We see it in your face today. You can do your own, like you joking, but you're doing truth. You would have brought Costa here to disgrace the government. And today, Stanton, please give me 2 minutes. Today, Costa finished disgracing the government now. You put it into your lab, you know what's going on. This is what you can do. And you always bring people down. But now, let me end up this. I heard you and Brother Costa talking about Arizona Cummings didn't do anything for Liberia
I didn't say that. Don't put me in there. I didn't say that.
It, not you. That was a question. You were saying it.
Yeah, Emmanuel. Yeah, don't put me in trouble.
Mr. Cummings was working out of Liberia. President Bouakai was taking government money for 50 years. Can you help us work there for Liberia though? So the people were only taking government money 50 years, he do nothing. But Cummings that was trying his best outside that Cummings was being money. Okay, let's give it to you. So all the government money that President Bouakai ate for 50 years, he can do nothing for the people for the money. And they better cost. That's what I say. You get bad man for the paper. If the paper look through you, he will know what you're doing. Bringing Costa on the show standard was a good thing. I appreciate.
I said thank you. Let me do my closing.
Thank you.
Let me do my closing. The ball will be here. Emmanuel George, Winfred Russell, 12212, Kev Hassan, Alcido, Gibson, Jerry. The entire team going to be here tomorrow. It's going to be a jam-packed show. We'll talk more about this Costa interview. As I was speaking to you, I think this thing about over 150,000 now. People say enjoying you guys talking. Right, I don't know the total numbers, but you guys can figure out, you know. But what I appreciate was a big day. Costa had a big day. But my takeaway, right? Costa must say have the long-lasting relationship. Whenever you want to come on the show, and I think he did exceptionally well today. Costa didn't hold back. You may disagree, like sedition, but Costa spoke truth to power, and I think it was a good day for Unity Party. Winfred. Unity Party should look into what they heard and just believe within themselves that they still got Costa on their side. Through crack coffee, drink water. You can say what you want to say. But what Costa did today, not holding back, calling Oswald to a name, Bushman Keita, Mama Kability, saying him a fire and say, you know what? Simcoe made a mistake. He should have owned up to that $10 million project. Going to the Internal Affairs Ministry and saying these guys are messing up. They can do better. Talking about Sarah Best loyalty or negotiation or contact person was unique. And the good thing this government is doing, Costa did well for Unity Party today. And I have been saying that over and over. When they made a mistake, we beat on them. But when a good thing is happening, we should say, I don't mind CDC better than what we done. But what Costa said, Emmanuel, about Mr. Cummings, listen, can Mr. Cummings win 2029? Anybody can win 2029. I think he should be given the chance to run again if he desires. If you say, I want to run, beautiful. But Costa said something that you didn't grab though. Costa said with good collaboration, bringing people together, Jowiah is about 30%. Any party that go in second round with Jowiah, that person will win. That any party include Mr. Cummings. He didn't hold that. He said because Jowiah don't know how to get to the finish line and cross. When he get to the finish line, Jowiah want Mount Ellen to push him over. But Mount Ellen will not be there. So Mr. Cummings have a chance here. If Mr. Cummings can talk to Musa Berete, if Mr. Cummings can convince the one Gonglo, if Mr. Cummings can go across the aisle and talk to other opposition members, and they agree and come with one understanding, Mr. Cummings can ride this boat. And Costa said it. So how can you beat on Costa and say Mr. Cummings didn't invest? Yeah, that Mr. Cummings show his investment. I know he's investing in Liberia. Nobody want to kill Mr. Cummings. We'll have that conversation. But as long as Costa support Joseph Yima Bouakai, Costa will take these things. And Mr. Cummings people like you, Emmanuel George, will come and speak and tell the Liberian people exactly who is the real Mr. Cummings and what he has been doing for the Liberian people and what he continue to do for the Liberian people. CDC got to be concerned as I close. Look at this video. Look at this video. No, that's a picture. Look at this. Look in the middle there, Kev Hassan. Imagine that. Today, cops are calling Kev Hassan Mumu. Can you imagine? Now, the Liberian people got to look at this. To provide a security for him, look at Ben Semi putting 2 fingers up. Ben Semi is special security to Costa at the time. He put the 2 finger up, but the bullet shouldn't touch Costa. Look at Ben Semi. Special security on the front seat. Costa in the back. Window one down. I mean, all these guys then came for one thing. But Costa mind, that sedition of Mumu. He can cost them, he can talk, but then he can come out with taking. That's what you see. Look at Kev Hassan, squeeze her in the middle. Look at Kev Hassan, squeeze up in the middle. All of them protecting Costa. We got a hero. We got a hero. But one thing, look at what Costa said. It was only a 2 weeks relationship with Ferrosa. Nobody in CDC understood the operation. 2 weeks relationship. Look at the next powerful meeting of Boulevard Palace. Look at that. Johnson Koji, party chairman. Wait, I beg you. Johnson Koji, party chairman, Moba Malu, all of them. Back in Costa. In Costa, man, they see that for 2 weeks, my papa and I made me very looking for a place to hang for now. I will go back home. Look at that. That's seriously. In Costa, heart of heart. Right? He said, my papa and I made me very, you know, when you beat on your child run away to grandma's house, your child run away to uncle's house, your child do something because your child won't call your attention. Costa looking for the attention of JMP. But look at all this. Costa call all of them Momo. Look at Joseph Koji. Look at Moba Malu. They're buying food, giving Costa drink. And in Costa mind, he said, we will go support Joe. We are as stupid. Look at this. Guys, how can you call this? The guy is sharing drinks. They're eating together. And they believe that Costa was on their side. How can anybody call this? Even told Costa to see Joe. Joe believe in Costa, say we got him. This is complete white tea, black hat. This is what, no, seriously. This is complete white teeth, black hat. Sedition and not smart. They even play music after they get the first eagle, after the first eagle fell, the falling eagle. Can you imagine?
So what was that celebration for now? That they anticipated winning or what?
Yeah.
The
The
pre-victory celebration.
Yeah, can you imagine? These guys, they believe in themselves on a very serious note. You know who's standing behind Costa? That Kev Hassan. Look at Kev Hassan. Let me play again. This ball a bad ball. Costa a bad ball. Costa a really, really bad ball. Costa went there, called Jody guys there. They paid his hotel bill. He watched the election, but he said he believed in his heart from day one that Boga was going to win the election, and he did. So everything with Kalasco traveling here and there, this is complete white teeth, black heart. Costa is a bad boy. But listen, this is complete wickedness. That's what Costa applied to CDC. What Akaris Grace said he's smart. He didn't see it. Falo Magill didn't see it. Samuel Twe didn't see it. Eugene Lee Nambe didn't see it. Joe Weah didn't see it. Kept Hassan back in Costa, holding Costa back. In Costa house. There's a yeah. You saw it, right? Yeah. Because I said, look at him, Mumu. You ever said it, see?
But you see, but standard, the truth is, Costa did not promise them a rose garden. Costa did not promise them any riches. Costa was just being himself. They interpreted Costa move over as, they interpreted it the way they interpreted it. So Costa didn't deceive them. Costa was being Costa. He said, hey, this is who I am.
You had a thing Standard saying, he said Costa did deceive us. And let me tell you, one of the other things Costa did. Costa always deceived people. Costa deceived the world that Jeremiah Kun is a human past setup. Everything Costa for Costa is a deceiver. I know Stanton
Costa is not deceptive. I don't think.
You know, let me say this. You know my relationship. You know my relationship with Costa.
You would not accept our plea to you as a friend that we want you to come deceive all the Costa. Why are you being we in the situation we happy we say we want you to
let
come.
Me answer you. Let me answer you. I say. It's hard for me to deceive anyone because I keep it real. And in my heart, I pray that Joseph Boakai succeed because I love Joseph Boakai. My relationship with Joseph Boakai is not because he's a president. We had that thing long time. Because I just believe that something about him, when you hang around, you feel good. I don't know if I can, I don't know. I get angry when Joseph Boakai play around with people and don't persecute them. I get angry, to be frank. That's the same anger in Costa. I get mad when Joseph Boakai try to wait. Let me finish, man. Let me do my closing now. Let me do my closing.
Let me ask you, you think Thomas Fala is deceiving Joseph Imam Boakai?
Kev,
let's say we are closing. I just ask you. How do you
Thank you. I don't think Thomas Fala should be around Joseph Boakai. That's not why we champion. I think Thomas Fala is lying to Joseph Boakai. I think he's deceiving Joseph Boakai. I hope I answered your question. I've said it before. I don't think Thomas Fala should be around Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai is that kind of leader that he want to do something for the country. He know time is not on his side. He want to do something. Then he bring people in to do these things, and the people let him down. But then because that he want to wait and cross all the T's and dot all these I's, then to us, it's too long to wait. But I Costa just went into CDC and just mess city and just tell CDC say a year for you guys, knowing that Joseph Boakai was going to win the election. No one sedition spotted that. No one sedition saw that coming. Winfred Russell, no one. They all embraced Costa. And you can blame Costa. He was frustrated. He was mad. He saw an opening. He needed to be in Liberia. He needed to talk to Liberians, people that trusted him, people that gave their life for him, people that said, we'll support Joseph Boakai because of you. He needed to appease them. And he took a decision that was wrong. He admitted that. But deep down in his heart, Costa is not Jowiah, man. I can guarantee you, if the election between Cummings and Jowiah, Costa will support Cummings. So I can tell you the truth. Costa cannot trust George Mannaway and CDC because they don't like him. Even a little bit that he came back to CDC, Akaris Great and other people, I don't want to call their name, I know, they said they would not talk to Jowiah because Jowiah accepted Costa. They said they would not want to talk to Jowiah. So, Edeke, Emmanuel, Edeke accept Costa sincerely. That means they will accept. I'm thinking, yeah. If you guys say whole crush on Costa, that means they will accept. They gotta get hanging around the win election. The first course of action, shut down Spoon Network. If they gotta win election tomorrow, the first thing on the plate, they will call, how you call this guy, where is it? Smith, and say, take your case back to the court and shut down Spoon Network or take all the network property. That's what I would do. That means
you better believe that. You better believe it, brother.
Oh, I know that. That's what they're doing. But you know, this is the Liberian People Station, so I can't stop sedition from coming. But deep down in the heart, the first thing, and let Liberian hear me today, Winfred Russell, Emmanuel George, the first act that Jowiah will sign into law is to shut down Spoon Network. That's the first act that Jowiah will sign into law. Jowiah will take a pen of many colors, like this, and sign into law, shut down Spoon Network. We know. We hearing it from them. Some of them still calling, oh, but they got to come on the show. You know? So my thing is that you go up, you come down, I tell you the truth. I can get fair with Uncle Joe. I can tell Uncle Joe the truth. But my likeness for Uncle Joe in our 2023 election, way before. About the Oma, Madam Boakai, I let the Oma, she pray woman and Bible man. But when they do wrong, I will tell them and we'll move on. But for me and the People's Network and everything to say, yay, we church German, we are. German will say, well, man, and I begin to eat frisky. Now, why you can say, right? And I begin to eat frisky. You bring up people here. First order of business, shut down Spoon that way. Cha cha cha. You can't do my game. That might get shut down that way. You guys don't do it. So how can we? By the way, let's leave that one. Let's leave that one. Look, I want to think hard. Want to say whatever was said. What about you?
No, we lost Spoon. You'll be shocked to
You
know
lost
that
Spoon now because that's a space for you right now to sell your body.
No, we are looking forward to having you on board as our chief communicator.
Okay,
Seriously impressive. You are more objective than Costa.
You better take that chief communicator thing from there. I'll pick you. So, listen, gentlemen, let's end the show. Let me just say to all of you, let's play the video one more time. I want you guys to look at Kev Hassan in the back, please. Yeah, please do. Hey, you guys, thank you very much. Have a good evening. We appreciate your time. Come back tomorrow. Let's have fun, folks. I want to say thank you very much, Dr. George. It's good. Congratulations again to you. And we'll talk more about the new plans for ANC. I can also announce that, as you saw on the Facebook, Grace Gua, one of the leading person for CMC, resigned. Musa Belete accepted the resignation. I'm kind of concerned about that resignation. I think there's a little trouble in CMC, a little trouble, foundational issues and systemic issue in CMC. And I think Musa got to, I don't know, Winfred, we got to talk to Musa. He got to think, because when this thing started happening, and Musa people then start causing us now. So if people cause us, then we start dealing with Musa, then we get very, and you know, the people will go on there and say they're causing us. If anybody, people, you cause me, I'll go to your political leader. I don't cause Banco, I don't cause Banco. Man, I'll just talk about Musa wickedness in bad way, then you'll understand. You continue causing, you go out your way. I gave you one free ride. You post something that you cost me, I will attack Musa on the show and attack the whole CMC. Let me tell you that straight up. No, seriously, Emmanuel, I don't play that. If anybody calls me, I don't call them back. I attack the political leader. Seriously.
Any insight as to any insight, Stanton, as to why I was shocked too when I saw that, because I know she's been out and about and moving all over the place. Grace. Yeah.
Grace resigned.
Any insight? Any insight as to why she resigned?
Let Jizo, you can't call Musa. You are with Musa. No, man, they call Musa, man. People go. That election, that political party.
Yeah, political party, huh? No,
it happened with you two in Minnesota. So let move on, man. It's not anything.
But Grace left. I don't think it's a good thing for Musa. When people begin to leave you and say for systemic reason, it's concerning. I think a lot of hustlers will come around Musa to hustle. I think Musa got to be very careful. A lot of people that have aspired life, they will come around Musa to eat some his money because he opened his pocket to them.
Aspire life.
And I think Musa got to be very careful. So when you see them running and say they're defending Musa and insulting us, we'll go after Musa. We'll tell the people the good Musa and the bad Musa. We get a way to sell voting, whether you're right or you're good. It's a fair warning to every political party leader. We come on the show and dig behind your political party leader and just make you worthless in the eyes of the Liberian people. So those that have ears, let them hear. That individual that came out yesterday and said that nonsense, and I do believe that Musa will address it. If not, starting tomorrow, we'll make the comparison. It's a fair shot, folks. It's just one thing, it's a fair shot. You know, that's the way it is. But I want to say, look, Musa is a good man, and Musa knows how to handle situation. I hope he can handle this Grace Gua situation in the best way possible. All right. And when some hustler come around thinking that they are protecting his interests, You should open your eyes and know you got good people like Winfred Russell hanging with you, showing you lawmakers, and then you go hang around street gangs. I mean, you get gangster people hanging around Musa when he came around. Some of them they are gangster. They got no sleeping place. And Musa got to separate himself from them. I'll put a picture up starting tomorrow. Musa, they gave Musa, who should just leave it, right? You might have forget it, right? Correct. Because American people gave you visa to come to America. Then you came to America, they see you hanging around with some gangster then that we know. You gotta be careful. Seriously, you gotta be careful. And so some of them hanging around from Philadelphia to Detroit Street that Musa can take them to Minnesota and they be saying rubbish. Musa gotta be very careful. And, you know, my thing is that that's the way it is, and we wish Musa well because Musa is our man, and we hope that he will do the right thing. So let me just leave it. People say I should leave it. I sworn to own. Now to continue. Winfred Russell, thank you. Thank you. Emmanuel George, as always, congratulations to you, Emmanuel. We're happy that you the USA chair, and we wish you luck. We know that you're doing a better job for Mr. Cummings. And to all those of you that are talking about Dr. Richardson, she will be joining us, momentarily. Again, as I spoke to Dr. Richardson today, Dr. Richardson very, very happy to come back, and she will be joining us, again. So it's a good news for all those of you out there, the Dr. Richardson fan. Yes, I spoke to Dr. Richardson. She will be joining us, and she will be representing CMC. It's a good thing, and I think it will be good for CMC. As you do, good night, Kev Hassan. Last, wish you guys good luck. Okay. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all those of you that joined us today, we say thank you very much for joining us. It's been a great day. Have a good evening. Have a good night. It's 5 minutes to 8 p.m. my time, 5 minutes to 12 a.m. in Liberia. I think it was a good show because of you. We come here every day. Costa did extremely well. Costa spoke on relationship with Jose Yeman Bwaka, relationship to Benda Ure. He spoke about everything. He voted for Tewan Gonglo in the first round. Costa talked about HPX. He said the president should take action on Oswald Twe, Bushiban Keita, Mamaka Belity. They talk about the good work Sarah Beslo Yanti is doing and the way the relationship she have built concerning Jose Yeman Bwaka relationship with Donald Trump. That's a beautiful thing. A lot of Liberians now, and we'll talk more about that tomorrow. I don't Sarah Beslo might say, but she tried. And I think we need to talk about it more. It's something this government doing that we need to talk about. Some good things this government doing. And we hope that Daniel Sano and Jerry Lemon Pierre can discuss those good things. And that to set the government on track. It's not easy. It's not easy. Somebody says, but if you listen to Joe Bwaka, you know that he means well. And we're giving the time to recalibrate, to regroup. To that, be blessed, be safe. Yeah, my eyes running water though, seriously. To all of you out there, Mr. Comey had a great time today in this week in Atlanta, Georgia, where he hung out with his folks, had the election, and it was good time. Now we wait to see what Mr. Comey is going to do next. Musa Bedite is in Liberia. He should be returning to the state in another 2 weeks on the 15th of November. Around that time, Musa Bedite will be back in the state to talk about the U.S. tour. Musa will be going around bringing in more people for the party. And we got other people now. Listen, as we move to the end of the year, people are aligning, things happening. So just understand the best thing you can do is for you to be part of the process, right? You either in or you're out. There is no unbalanced situation. Yeah, you either for or you're against. And the right person will win and God will bring the right person. If Joseph Bwaka decides to run again, the people will decide. It can be Cummings, it can be Musa, it can be Joe Weah, but we know we will be here to tell that story by the grace of God. Be blessed. My sister Barbara Zena White, good night. Joe Manjala, good night. Mama Mensa, as always, good night to you. Sir Johnson, good night. Our dear friend, Kringa, Royal Davis, good night. Eva Kelly, Sandy, we recognize you. And all of you, we say have a pleasant evening. Bye-bye.